We're not talking about people that are looking for this upward trajectory to be one of the top powerlifters in the world. Right now, you just want to get bigger and you want to get stronger. Strongly believe the best way to avoid the bullshit is through more education.
And I think that misses a lot of people. I think a lot of people are under the impression that if you look at test usage or any hormone usage, that if you continue to use, you get that increment of growth just for as long as you're using, which is absolutely not true. You get a bump, diminished returns come for everybody. And that's where it's like, okay, do I eat more? Do I up the dose? Is there something done in my training?
What's up, guys? We are back with another edition of Table Talk. Today, my guest is Alex Bromley. I should have asked beforehand, is it Alexander or Alex?
Everybody knows me by Alex.
So we'll go Alex Bromley. The brief bio I want to put in here is Alex has got over 20 years, close to 20 years experience in Strongman, and has been producing educational content in one form or another for little over 5 years, right?
Yeah, about 5 years I've been on
started
YouTube.
Written.
Yeah.
Before that, it was written.
I dabbled with blogs and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't put any of the books or anything out until after I started on YouTube.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, I ran a gym for about 6 or 7 years, and I coached for a long time. So.
Yeah. The what caught my attention of you was for forever now, I can't date myself on this, one thing I've been putting out into the industry is for people to just learn periodization. Like, granted, that's a broad word, which means everything that we all see, but my ask was, go learn Western method periodization, go learn block periodization, and then go learn concurrent, conjugate, whatever you want to call it. Go learn those at a base level, just learn them. And then take that knowledge and then go start looking at other people's programs and start seeing if you can put them in categories. Like, okay, this falls here, this falls here, this falls here. In hopes that that would give them a general understanding of what principles carry over to all of it. And you did that, right? And actually you still do that, but before you got into like dissecting programs, you were putting out that basic stuff that was presented in a way differently than anybody's presented it before, which was very simplified. So I think one of the first things that caught my attention was one of the loading videos where I was talking about step loading, wave loading, and that. And as I'm watching that, and I'm like, this is what needs to be said right now, and then would start referring people to that, like, go watch this. And then there were a couple other ones in regards to training parameters that laid into that, even the frequency, all those early educational things. And then later down the road, you would start taking and say, here's a program, and here's what's good about it, here's shortfalls. Granted, you probably caught shit about that, but the whole reason I wanted people, or was asking people to look at those things, was to find those things. Because any 12-week program has shortfalls. The first shortfall, it's fucking 12 weeks. That's the biggest shortfall. And people will see that as being their mesocycle, right? Or actually macrocycle, which it's not. They need to understand how it falls in there. And if they looked at all those other things, because the one thing I've always had a problem with was people living on these 12-week programs to 12-week programs to 12-week programs. And I guess you could do it if you actually knew them really well and then stacked them in the right way, which nobody does.
True.
So that's what caught my attention, and that's what I want to compliment you on, because you were able to do that in such a way that was absorbable for anybody. And then they can take that, because to me, the end game of training is the ability for the athlete or the person doing the training to actually be able to call their own shots, to auto-regulate from start to finish. They can't do that if they don't know what principles there are to auto-regulate. So that you've done a good job of being able to put out there for them.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I compliment you highly on that, because there's other people that will do it in the context of their program, or they'll do it in the context of a scientific educational field, right? So one's way too high up for most people to understand. The other one's too biased to really have a whole lot of purpose. So there's this big gap.
Completely.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, there is a big gap. And I think where people try to fall on how they explain this stuff, it's very easy to have it not really be rooted in anything real. I give a lot of shit to the evidence-based community, which I think it's important. I think exercise science is important. I think it has value. But I'm critical if that's the backbone of everything, because it's not rooted in the experience. There's no real experimental component to that. And you're very quickly going to be too vague, too broad, or you're going to be drawing too strong a conclusions from too little a data set or something. And then on the other hand, like you said, people just doing it from the perspective of their method. It's really easy to close yourself off in a bubble. When I started, it was really one of those things like help other people by helping yourself. I was just drawing on a whiteboard because I can't straighten complex shit out in my head unless I engage with it visually, unless I add a kinesthetic component, writing over and over. It's how you would want somebody to study. But I just filled the gym with whiteboards, and when I was trying to get kind of a complex topic down or solve a problem, I was just scribbling constantly. And I started putting out a couple videos like that, and they got really good feedback, which I was surprised. I would have thought at that point, because you're looking at 2017, 18, I think, when I started, I would have thought YouTube would have been saturated. I would have thought there would have been a lot more of that. But unfortunately, a lot of the content out there, not unfortunately, there's a place for it, but a lot of it's vlog type stuff. A lot of it's kind of, let's do something silly with a barbell type stuff. And, entertainment value, if it brings people on board, if it inspires somebody to get off the couch, get in the gym, great. But as far as educational stuff, it was really just me trying to sort out in my head how this stuff fit together and how to kind of fill in these plot holes that showed up as I started to spread out and look at different programs, different ways of doing things. Because there are so many damn ways to get strong, to get big. But people mistakenly, I think, or even if they don't believe it, they'll act as if that kind of means that anything is fair game and anything goes, and it doesn't, because each method is going to have its own learning curve. And you can mix and match, there's bleed over. You just said what is periodization?
Yeah.
Everything's periodization.
Yeah.
If anything changes, there's a really good article. I want to say it was out on Juggernaut. I forget exactly who wrote it. I think Israel was part of it, but there were a couple installments. But it was basically saying that, there's no such thing as pure periodization, pure linear, pure conjugate, pure DUP, whatever, because every way that you go to try to put together a program, every move you make is going to have some element of something else if you've changed it. Yes. So, what are we talking about? Are we talking about something you'd pull out of a textbook? Are you talking about the simplified linear periodization you saw from the 70s, where it was literally just 5 sets of 10 all the way down to a couple singles and doubles? Is it smooth? Is it waved? What do you do with each block? And how much do you put an emphasis on the block before it becomes something else, or you call it block periodization? Why are those things different? So I was just trying to get those straightened out in my head, and hopefully it shed a little light on the topic for some other people.
Well, I think it did, and the other, staying on the periodization thing, and I will jump back to your background, is when you start going down that rabbit hole, you're also going to find that you start looking in sports outside of strength sports, and you're looking at periodization principles of track and field or rugby. There's so many different motor abilities that are trying to be peaked at different times to different years. Some blocks are just to maintain, some are to grow, some are to transfer, some are to realize. There's so much going on that when I was going through those rabbit holes and saw that, I'm like, oh, thank God this is just powerlifting, right? And people will get pissed because it's just powerlifting.
Oh, people
right?
think it's a dig if you're not assigning all this complexity to it. But you're right. It's thank God that it's so easy and there's only a few variables.
Oh, my God, yes. 'Cause when I would consult with football coaches that work into this, it's oh, fuck. You have actually designated off seasons from skill development. So off seasons, pre-seasons, you have all this shit. Then you have all this other stuff. There's so many inner dynamics that when you peel it all away, it should be kind of easy to at least understand the base principles of squat, bench, deadlift, to be able to move forward. Bodybuilding, I've been criticized because I say that's even easier than what that is, but it doesn't mean that it's easy in the way of application of doing the work. That's complete. You still have to do the work.
Completely.
Which is a different thing there. So before we get to this, you started training when you were 13. And then I believe it was when you were 19, you did your first Strongman show.
Yeah, that's correct.
What pulled you into that?
So I was kind of a sedentary, nerd when I was a kid. I was never expected to do sports or anything like that. I was quiet, kept to myself, did a lot of drawing, a lot of reading, did well in school. And then as I got into high school, I was young. I think I got put into like kindergarten young, whatever. I was 16 when I graduated. So I was 12 years old going into my freshman year in high school. Thankfully, I was 5'10" and I never grew another inch. But getting into high school, recognizing that I had some social deficiencies, recognizing that I wasn't really satisfied with the way I looked. I was kind of an overweight kid. I just jumped into the deep end, and I'm like, what would straighten me out is if I just joined the football team. Literally had to read The Idiot's Guide to Football. I had no idea what the positions were. I didn't know anything about the game, was not into sports whatsoever. But to this day, best thing I ever did in my life was to take that leap, and I would not be here right now. I would not have my wife. I would not have my house, my income, anything. That is like the one cornerstone decision that I made, thankfully, at the right time. And God help me, I don't know where that inspiration came from. But
why do you think so? Why do you think that was such a big pivot point?
I think as far as getting me here, because I don't think I would have found the gym or fell in love with the gym if I didn't have a rigid structure to work off of. And that's what I sought after high school. I wanted to join the military to keep some type of rigid structure, and I was underage when I graduated. Mom wouldn't sign off on it. Wanted me to go to college. Dicked around in college for like a decade, and I have like an associate's to show for it. But the structure, and that was a breath of fresh air, and that bleeds into how I but the opinions me and my wife have about family and kids and what's good for people in society, and then contrasting that with what actually goes on in society. I know that I was very thirsty for structure, for role models, for people to say, hey, this is how you do it, but people also to lead by example. And I just thrived off of it. I didn't care about going to two-a-days. I know what it's like to throw up from doing bear crawls across a field in the middle of summer. And I sought that afterwards, and I just didn't find it. But those years of playing football, shitty athlete, still a shitty athlete. I remember what it's like trying to throw a shot put, throw it all 4 feet. I have like a 3-inch vertical, not very kinesthetic. If I'm good at a movement, it's because I drilled it into the fucking ground. But I took to lifting because it was a clear, easy way to see myself progress, and I just globbed onto that. So I always looked forward to going into the weight room. And after high school, I kept that up. Me and my friends would go to 24-hour fitness at 11 p.m. at night. We'd leave at 1:30 in the morning, and we'd be doing every machine, everything under the sun. On the bodybuilding note, it was cool because back then, not anywhere near the access to information as there is now, which is good and bad, but bodybuilding mags, big inspiration because there was little else out. I didn't even know that Powerlifting USA was a thing until like 2002 or whatever. Bodybuilding's hard to fuck up. It's a great way to apply blind aggression.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to worry about CNS recovery. You can do all the work if you love being in the gym. Worst case scenario, you're not being strength specific, but you're going to end up with a well-rounded physique, pretty good work capacity, and you can take that and funnel it into just about anything. So yeah, I did all that throughout my late teens, and I was desperate. While I was going to junior college, I kept using the computer library because this also predated smartphones. So I would be at the library on the computer, supposedly studying or doing a project, whatever.
Yeah.
And what I'd really be doing was searching for strength contests. I didn't even know what that meant. I didn't know that powerlifting was really a thing. I heard this rumor of this thing where, people would watch you bench press or squat, and I'm like, what's that? We had all our mythology about what the rules were. We're like, oh yeah, the competition bench, elbows just got to go to 90 degrees. I'm like, oh, okay. So, a lot of mythology around that. And then eventually, first thing I stumbled across first thing, weirdly enough, because however obscure powerlifting was in the early 2000s, Strongman was much, much more. But the first thing I came across was a Strongman. It was NAS back then. Now it's Strongman Corporation. One of their meets, I was in San Bernardino, California. This was like 6 hours north, kind of by Fresno, the Bay Area. I forget the town, Petaluma, Clovis area, kind of in the middle of nowhere. Not exactly in the middle of nowhere, but well off the beaten path from where we were. And I talked my mom into driving me up to Clovis to compete at my first strongman contest. And it was just 15 guys. They didn't even have women's divisions back then. I don't believe they had weight classes, or weight classes were new. So I want to say I was thrown into like an open class, but it was just a bunch of knuckleheads that liked this really obscure thing. It was punk rock to them. However obscure powerlifting was, this was more so. So, there's a little bit of clout that comes with that, or people think there is. So it drew in kind of a weird crowd, but I fell in love with it. It was competitive. There was something that looked like a hierarchy. There were the guys, Scott Bringle was there, who I have to credit a lot to him. He runs East West Strength out on the West Coast, Costa Mesa. First example of a strongman training crew. I drive out for an hour to train with him. Thick New Jersey accent. He's like Jersey Shore, but leveled up to strongman, loud and mean, and he just loved to haze people, and he expected a lot of work out of people. So long story short, that experience is what solidified that as kind of my first love as far as strength sports go, and that kind of showed me where competitiveness was, where a strength crew was, what it looked like, the standards they held, what they expected from you, and it was a lot of fun just trying out all the stuff, working on things I suck at. There was just so much to do, and I'm still learning. There's still events that I'm terrible at that I still have to work in, but that's what I hate it, but I love it, so that's why I keep coming back.
At what point? Because it's one thing that I found, regardless of what strength sport it is, including bodybuilding, that a lot of the times people just fall into, like whatever discipline it is, and then that's the path that they just kind of go through. It could have been powerlifting.
Yeah.
You could have just found that, then that would have been a path. But we all find these different paths for different reasons. And then you've had over or close to 50 shows over 20 years or whatever it's been. At a certain point in time, you have to make this mental realization that this isn't really just a hobby. I'm taking this more serious. How long did it take for that pivot to happen?
I benefited from a lot of unearned optimism early on. Part of it's my personality. I think part of it's, my family. There's a lot that went into that, but I really sunk my teeth into, and maybe it's just from the early days where I went from being kind of fat, out of shape, no self-esteem, to being the strong guy in my class. My senior year, being younger than everybody, I was a strong guy. It was a weird feeling. Again, horrible athlete, but I was the guy that could bench more than everybody else. And seeing that, I was like, well, I can take this to the moon, And so anytime I'd hear like a Kazmaier quote, believe, conceive, achieve, something like that, I believed it. And I remember telling, I don't know, a friend, a girlfriend, somebody, I'm like, I'm going to be the strongest man that ever lived. I was like 15, I don't know. But a lot of that carried me a long way because it just fueled my workouts. I didn't have the self-doubt. I didn't have the, is it really worth the time? And I loved training. Mm-hmm. So that carried me very, very far. So I didn't have a bad go of it at my first meet. I think I placed mid-pack, which, standards were lower back then, but that was high enough to be like, well, I didn't take last. And I just was so hungry to go show after show after show. So by the time I got a little experience and I grounded my expectations a little bit more, I think I was still content with the trajectory. I still had things to chase, and I really liked chasing things anyways. I competed heavyweight a lot before I was competitive as a heavyweight. I competed, 2009, I competed at an open heavyweight show in San Marcos against Jerry Pritchett when he was 100 pounds lighter but could still deadlift anything in the world. LA Fit Expo, so many years back. I was at Larry Wheel's first contest. We went heads up in the Farmer's Walk, and we went one after another in the squat for reps, which was a really cool event. But I was always trying to bite off more than I could chew, and I thrived off that. So by the time I realized, like, okay, I'm not going to be world's strongest man, but this is something that I can hang my hat on. It's something that's still worth investing my time and energy. It was about the time I think I got my gym. I started it, or I came in, a couple of guys had it. I joined the crew. I ended up taking it over a year, 2 years later. And that's where I met so many of my friends. That's where I had influence over people. I was probably, 2014, 15, something like that. Got to teach people hands-on, something that wasn't just basic training at LA Fitness, because I worked as a corporate trainer when I was younger. And it was just amazing. So at that point, I'm like, hell or high water, I can make a living doing this, and that's good enough for me. And then thankfully, I've been able to kind of repair some injuries. I've been able to keep myself strung along, and I fixed some things. And I've been able to get a little competitive over the last 3 or 4 years. Right when I was getting competitive, COVID came and shut everything down. But my comeback, my 19th comeback is in the works. Thankfully, I've been able to compete at a very high level. I've been able to coach. I've been able to educate. The YouTube thing, I'm insanely grateful for, because I never would have dreamed that whatever I had to say would have resonated with people. And that's just a really cool thing that, again, wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those early decisions to just close my eyes and take a jump.
So around that same time when you became more serious in Strongman, was that the same time that you started to dig deeper into the training methodologies?
Yes. I want to say it was probably, I had always read through blogs, granted that's not formal text, right? Yeah. But I had always had my finger on the pulse of what people were saying. I read the Elite FTS blog way back in the day. I read, even bodybuilding.com had forums and had articles and stuff. Even occasionally Muscle and Fitness, they would have a feature from a Mark Filippi type or somebody. Yeah. And all the guys that wrote the articles had the letters after their names. So they were kind of doing that, right? Taking what exercise science had to say and funneling it through the lay person's vocabulary so that it made sense. So I had collected so many magazines. As soon as I found out Powerlifting USA was a thing, I started collecting those. Milo, Strength Journal, started collecting those. So I was reading all along. I think I really started doing deep dives to try to really get my head wrapped around the training stuff, probably around the time I got the gym. Because you have a gym, people are asking you for programming. What are you going to do? Are you going to fill it in with whatever the fuck pops into your head? Or are you going to at least pretend to have a method, a system, something reproducible and predictable? And I wanted to have that. And it's like, okay, well, let's take everything you think you know and then go compare it against the outside world and see what you come up with. And that's having to actually go that route to try to organize those ideas. That's where okay, you think you have an idea of how things fit together, but when you start reading these programs, you get nothing but questions. There's nothing but, because shit isn't explained all the way through, at least not in the sense of how do you take this and act on it immediately? Because the first step you take, there's well, this wasn't explained. The next step you take, it's okay, there's these percentages. I remember trying to run percentage-based programs that the college coaches gave me. And it's this is the real inside scoop. This is how you train. And I remember going through it and I'm like, yeah, but these sets aren't hard. I must be doing something wrong, and that wasn't explained. That something like RP effort, where does that come in? Should you be shitting your pants every time you do a working set of squats? Or is there a purpose? Is there a reason that it's backed off a little bit? Is it, what's under the hood, all the total sets and reps, all the skill work and how that matches up with the next week and then the next block. And it's something that's not quite obvious. So that was, mid to early 2010s, I got into that. And again, it was just more reading, more hearing what other people had to say. There's a couple pieces of work that I got my hands on that I think were really influential, that shed a lot of light on stuff. Boris Shako's textbook, I recommend everybody pick that up, because the way he programs, it's Olympic lifting applied to powerlifting. Russian master of sport came up in that field, was a successful Olympic lifting coach, uses those methods, treats barbell work as skill work. Very complex, probably not appropriate for the average trainee, but it's certainly viable for people willing to figure it out. But it was one of the first times I saw an elaborate periodized program with thorough explanation, citations, examples, and you can go through and just 100 examples. You could go through and see, oh, this is why it's arranged that way. This is what they're looking at. This is why some workouts are big and some are small. This is why some weeks are big and this is why some are small. It's not the just go harder than last time. It's not the, well, you got a PR or you're worthless. It's something that's not quite as obvious that merited explanation, just shed so much light on everything else that's put together. It even helped understand simple shit like linear progressions,
Yeah.
A real simple old school shit that does work, but now you have two things to compare. Okay, this is increasing weight and stress over time. Every week is the hardest week of your life if you're doing it right, and this is why it's appropriate for some and not for others. Oh, this one, waves back and forth between skill work and total load and volume, and it dials back. So it was a lot to sink my teeth into, but
you said there were a couple resources. What was it? One of the other ones?
Oh God, from that, not quite as formal of a book, but Scientific Principles of Strength Training is a really good one. I recommend people pick that up. Again, going line by line, these are, and I like I like the way Israel talks. Some of his
Yes.
dry, dirty humor's worked in, but it's going a couple of like Vegeta references, a couple of bullet points as far as these are the principles that comprise a program. Let's go down each one. I'll explain how important they are, how you can see them match up. And now every time you look at a program, you have a little bit of insight. At least you can take an educated guess at what is a person trying to get at that wrote this, which is going to allow you to run it better and make tweaks better. Like you said, 12-week program, largely bullshit. A big reason these cookie cutter programs are bullshit is because you can't write them for everybody.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how good I write a program with everybody in mind. If I think about my audience, 10%, 20%, 30% might be displaced because there's some issue they have that it doesn't address, might not be appropriate for them. So no matter what program you run, you are on the hook for getting the right answer. No matter what, you're on the hook for making the tweaks. So these types of resources, and I'm strained to think about ones that put it in as clear-cut of terms as that. But those types of resources can help you make better decisions, which is going to allow you to go farther and not hit a wall where you end up injured or frustrated or being like, what the fuck, why isn't this working?
Yeah, if I'm understanding correctly, I'm seeing three different things that kind of happen here, where the same things kind of happen with myself. So this is probably why I'm seeing this a little bit more clearly. So you're competing in Strongman, and all the education you're doing up until this point was low fruit cherry picking just to be able to become better at what you do.
Sure.
So everything you're looking at is through the lens and the bias of, can this help me? How can this help me? And then you start the gym. And then, as with myself, I'm now personal training Gen Pop. Like, I can't do this with these people. They're completely different needs. I have to figure out this whole area. So then you're going down this other deep dive. And for me, it was presenting seminars for Louis and having to provide some clarity. For you, you're putting content out on YouTube. It's like, now I need to be able to have a way to present this to masses that are going to be able to understand in this clear format. So you're diving into content substantially changes. Meanwhile, you're still looking for the best ways for you to become the best strongman. Otherwise, you're probably not doing any of this shit anyhow.
Absolutely, yeah. And having your audience in mind, knowing what they're comprised of is so big, and that probably lends itself to whatever growth I've had on the YouTube channel. But I mean, I trained it at LA Fitness when I was like 18, 19 years old, one of my first training jobs. And when you work with the Gen Pop, it really changes the way you look at things because you're exposed to more limitations. You get a handle of what people miss. What doesn't make sense to people? How is this stuff that seems kind of mysterious? How do you connect that to an easy and digestible set of principles? And the fact is, I mean, you said it when we were talking earlier. It's like, 5% of the viewership or the customer base is like serious competitive lifters. The bottom of that iceberg is going to be people that are trying to get into it, people that have gotten into it, but they're trying to pick up momentum, people that are on the outside. They're very close to that Gen Pop kind of classification. And knowing what that group is made up of, even people that think they're competitive, it's like, assume that you still have a lot more to learn. Assume that you're closer to the bottom of the totem pole than the top, because if you think you're more educated than you are, or you've been around the block more times than you have, it's super easy to miss things, super easy to make assumptions that are wrong, take for granted what you know. And you got to keep sharpening that saw, and it's easiest if you can kind of conceptualize that you do in fact have a lot to learn. But as far as making things digestible, those years, you would think it's not that useful for competitive sports to talk about what's appropriate for a sedentary accountant or somebody who's older who's never really lifted. But it exposes you to low tolerances. What can people handle? How do you work around these issues? When people don't move around all day, what issues are you going to come up with? And shockingly enough, especially in the West, American culture is American culture. You get people that people start slapping the word athlete on everything, and you get people, it's like you're strong as shit, but you can't sit in a full squat without your feet rolling in and your knees or whatever it might be. So whether you're doing form checks, trying to get people to understand how their body works, whether you're putting together programming stuff, okay, you can only remember a couple things at a time before you just lose track of the whole picture. So, what 2 or 3 things can I tell people that are going to help them with their program, with their next workout? So that's been immensely helpful. And then with all that stuff, the programming and everything else, it's like you have all these different authorities you're looking towards. So you have the evidence-based stuff. You have actual textbooks. If you want to read super training, because that's the level you're on, good luck to you. Valuable stuff in there, I am sure. But how do you take that and connect it to anything you're doing in real life? Then below that, you're going to have things that are more digestible and more proven, the types of programs that people have ran, explained by the people that wrote them. That's great. And then beyond that, you have, what do the other meatheads I compete with have to say? And that was also a very vital learning experience, because you always want to go to the guy that won the meet, that deadlifted 100 pounds more than everybody, or that, set some state log record, or, everybody shit the bed on the last stone and this other guy loaded it for reps. You always want to know, hey, what are you doing? And it's tricky, because for every time that they had some really useful, valuable advice, they had some bullshit that just didn't apply to anybody, because they were built that way, or because they just like to go hard and they grew, or because you get fast gainers. You get quick responders who get strong if they look at a barbell, and those guys rise to the top very quick. So getting a sense of what is likely to work for somebody, depending on whether it's their genetics or experience or their psychology, whatever it is, that was a huge point that I tried to draw lines on. It's like, your favorite lifter does this, but let me explain why that's probably not going to be in your best interest.
No, that's where I think things become the most valuable, because if you go back to what I was saying before, is the athlete or the person on the receiving end ultimately is the one making the final decisions here. Now, if they're making the final decisions on a broad scope thing, like I just started training heavier, like what the fuck does that even mean, right? I mean, the main lift, the supplemental lift, the accessory lifts, the frequency, like what the fuck does that mean? And they're not able to peel back what it is, or to dissect, what the program is by just basic principles, so to dive that into you creating the content for YouTube, where did you know where to start? Because that would be my biggest thing, like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like, where do you start?
Yeah, it's like, it's like a 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle, right? And there's so many levels you can go through, because you can take all the individual topics, but you could talk about each one with microscopic precision, or you can pull the lens all the way out and get the 30,000 foot view. So it's hard. My brain always wants to put things into a very kind of segmented off, like a grid. I want things to line up into chapters. Big problem I had with writing. It's like I'm trying to write a book, a manual, whatever it is, it's something to explain how to do X, Y, or Z. I want it to flow in this very logical order. Well, there's a couple problems. One is that makes really boring fucking reading. So people aren't going to read it cover to cover. Yeah. And it might be the later chapters have the most important things in it. But thing number 2 is things don't always fit into chapters. As you move forward, you want to call back to other things. You want to branch off into other stuff. And that creates its own problem for making content. Videos were a bit easier, especially running the gym, just because I always had something that stuck in my craw. So I'd be, I talk about shower arguments a lot, the things I'm muttering to myself when I'm in the shower, when my wife catches me talking to myself. It's always something, a gym member did, or a comment that was made, or whatever, something that pissed me off. And that usually fueled some type of response or rebuttal, or it's like, let me educate you, let me explain to you why this is so backwards. And when I get those little modes of inspiration, when I'm at the right mix of caffeinated and angry, I end up putting out some things that are pretty concise and address a problem, and I think people respond to that pretty well. I tried to start small. I think I had an idea that I was going to start with the most simplified methods of training and build off of those. So if we look at my content linearly from when I started and how I put things out, I want to say some of my earlier stuff was just comparing the most popular programs that were out. Mm-hmm. Starting strength, strong lifts, whatever, basic LPs, Grayskull LP, really popular linear progressions that people have done. based off things that people have been doing since the 50s, things that apply to a wide variety of people, simple enough for newbies to do without making mistakes or falling into traps. A lot of love for those programs. But there's a question, why does that work compared to a periodized program that's more complex? What's different about it? Why is it more appropriate for these people? And they don't tell you. It's like, when you're new, you can work really fucking hard. And as you get strong, you can't really, and that's counterintuitive. But they don't explain that to you in the beginning very often, that you got a superpower when you're new. You got a lot of wiggle room. You got a lot of room for error. And you can add weight every single day, week, and still progress for a long period of time. So I started with those and that progressed forward into more complex versions. Actually, oh my God, I'm gonna screw up the name. There's a podcast, and it was loosely associated with Ripito stuff, I think. But they had it's kind of associated like what Andy Baker does. I'm gonna kick myself for not knowing that. Barbell something. They had this entire flowchart that they laid out in one of their podcasts, and it went from, you go from like a linear progression, like first order of complexity, which is like squatting multiple times per week, adding 5 pounds each week. Then you go into something where you're moving the stress further apart. And they explain this happens because as you get stronger, every unit of stress, every balls out effort you do takes longer to recover from. And if you keep playing into that, your worst case scenario, you're just going to backslide. You can bash your head against a wall, take a bunch of gear and go full like Bulgarian, where I'm going to just put myself in a meat grinder, and in 10 years, maybe I'll be stronger. And, hopefully I don't get an opiate addiction in the meantime. But if you want to stay on top of it, make good decisions, you go from linear, multiple times a week, 5 pounds every 2 days, 3 days. And you can keep up with that when you're squatting 115 pounds. Yeah. Then you get a little stronger, so you spread it out. Now you do something like the Texas method once a week. I think a lot of people think these are discrete programs. They're not connected, but there's a kind of a flow to it. So that's more intermediate, because if you're only hitting your top 5 once a week, and the other stuff is kind of recovery, kind of DUP, you're training different thresholds. So you still get skill work. You still get some volume throughout the week. Then as you get more advanced, you push that even further out. And then you look at a weight, 531. It's like starting strength if it was more accessible to more people, because it has that recovery component. Mm-hmm. Those 3-week waves, it's you go heavier, you hit your AMRAPs, week 3 or 4, or week 4 or 5, depending on if you take a deload, you start the wave back over. So it's like that breath of fresh air, and then you ramp up, you get momentum. So it's really, the heaviest weight is only every 3rd or 4th week. And so many people can thrive off that, because the 5-pound increases really only come every month. And you can ride that off, and you can keep setting PRs on the AMRAPs, until forever. So I got really lit up. And even right now, kind of going back over those epiphanies I had, I still kind of get excited, because you start to see, oh shit, some of this stuff does fit together. Now, how do I take all this and put it into a long macro cycle where I am, like you said, nobody does it. Nobody's stacking those 12 weeks. In the perfect universe, people are stacking their programs and just seeing unchained growth. Nobody does that. But, ideally, how would it go? If I was to put together a national powerlifting team that ran like an Olympic lifting team did, where it did have that athletic structure, the expectation that people were doing this in this order to get this result at the end, how would that look, and why do you make decisions? Anyways, it all started that with the small stuff. And I tried to build up and branch out.
Today's episode is brought to you by elitefts.com. Founded in 1998 with the primary aim to live, learn, and pass on. Please help Elite FTS support this mission by smashing the like button, leaving a comment, sharing with a friend, and thinking of us for your training needs. If you can put it in a gym bag or load weights on it, Elite FTS has it.
What's going on? I'm Dave Tate. We are broadcasting from the middle of the Elite FTS weight room, where the underground still thrives and you're part of the crew. It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk.
No, that makes you basically just said exactly what I wanted people to do, is to see how those would interconnect, because what you want to be able to do is to create your own program based upon whatever your philosophy is, knowing the shortfalls, put it into a phasic structure, build that out over a period of time. And the easiest way to grasped that is by first seeing what you just laid out. Like, this kind of leads into this, which could lead into this. Then after that, maybe you get a little too burned out. Then you might need to do some bodybuilding shit for a little while because you got to move up a weight class or whatever it's going to be. So now this has to come into here. Then, shit, I'm not really strong anymore, so I need something to get back to being strong again, which may be starting strength to be able to, because you're starting at a lower bit, and like, oh, shit, here we go. But people, for the most part, don't do that because they don't think. The other thing they do, they don't think backwards. You know, so when I started powerlifting, I was fortunate enough to have people to say, here's where we think you can be in about 3 or 4 years. Let's look at what this looks like from a broad base plan, how many times you can compete, when you should compete. So I'm competing a lot, you know, as a teenager because I'm a fucking teenager. I can recover from this stuff. But you're getting that experience, you know, to be able to, I couldn't do that later. Jesus Christ, they fucking kill me. You know, so then thinking back, it's like, you know, how blessed was I to be able to have people to be able to know, let's do this. And you know, it doesn't make sense because you're not peaking per se for each one, but that comes to the expense of more competitive ability, which is a greater equal than the negative that's at that point, where through your content, you'll go through programs, and then you'll be able to say, okay, and this is where I think a lot of gaps fall. You'll point out, here's shortcomings of whatever this is. There's whoever's running those programs effectively have answers to those shortcomings, but they may not be effectively providing what those answers are through the content they provide, because they just want you to hire them, you know, for that, which this is a big part of all this shit too. Like, a lot of these programs are positioning, and it is marketing. That's part of the world that we live in. So in some I'm going to take that back. I was going to say some gaps are intentionally created, but that's giving a lot of people too much credit. No, I don't think any of the gaps are intentionally created, but they are always there. And there's usually answers like, okay, if this is off for this reason, then what's your answer for when this happens? And even if it's repetitive, there's an answer there. What is it? And then to lay that out is where the true education comes, because if there's, and everybody has a bias to a degree, you know, it's to somewhat, there's a bias, and you should know what it is, because sometimes you got to go against your bias for whoever you're working with, because the benefit, you're trying to develop the person in front of you. Sometimes that means not doing what you think you would like to have them do, you know, for them to get to where they need to get. That I think is missing in the industry too, you know, at the broad point, because, oh my God, I can't do this because it may not look like what I'm actually selling. So this is all true shit too that happens out there as well.
Sure.
Where by you putting those things out there, that creates questions that will come back to people creating those programs that then need to answer, and not in a bad way. Debate's not bad, you know, in a way that, like, yes, of course, we deal with this all the time. This is what we do. And then there's that. And then that fills the gap of whatever that shortfall. Granted, there's some programs that are just junk. We're not talking about those. So
there's a couple.
Yeah, so there's some that are
I'm
just,
not going to name them,
there's just too much shortfalls for the whole thing. But here's the other part. And this is we can talk shortfalls and training a little bit more as we move on. But the problem with this is being in content for 25 years. This doesn't have a lot of engagement. So you got to walk this line, you know, where part of what you're doing is, the reality is you have to create engagement. Yes. Right? Because if this is the educational path is what you're pursuing, then it is coming down to being able to, and this is not a bad word, by the way, being able to monetize the content that you have, being able to have the ad revenue, being able to sell books and all this other stuff. So now you're in this really weird fucking place.
Yeah, that's been a weird thing to wrap my head around, is to try to walk that line. Because when you start out, you're idealistic, you know, and you want to give everything and ask for nothing, to the point. And I'm trying to figure out if this is unique to the lifting culture, because I watch a lot of YouTube. we cut the cord. We don't have cable. YouTube Premium, no ads. It's like $5 or $6. I strongly recommend that for people that complain about the ad rolls. But we watch a lot of YouTube, and I watch a lot of other things from, home repair stuff, whatever. If I need to fix my car, or some of it's entertainment, whatever. I don't see a lot of the type of feedback that comes, I think, in this side of things. Like, I know a couple of guys that they pride themselves off of not running ads on their channel, which I get what they're doing. Like, it's nice that they offer that, but it's like a really small return when you're tearing through YouTube. You're not keeping track of which videos have ads, which don't. And it's like this one guy in particular, I'm like, does your wife know you're giving up a 6-figure income for and you have a full-time job and you're doing all this work, which at that point is essentially charity, right? You're doing this just for the love of it. And that's great. That's commendable. But yeah, monetization is essential. I got into an argument. I got to stay out of my own comment section. That's something I'm working on. But I got into an argument with a guy who was complaining because I had a sponsor, in the middle of the video, half-hour video. It's a minute sponsor in the middle of it. And, it's like, look, I can do two things. I can not run ads. I can go get a job, and I can do one video every 6 weeks. Or I can take the sponsors and I can rev up my content, go full time, triple, quadruple my frequency, and keep the content increasing in quality. And that's what I opted to do. I do this full time. So yeah, the monetization's important, but it's a tricky thing to walk, because what is selling out and what isn't? That's a hard thing. I said earlier, audience capture is a thing. You get influenced by the people you're trying to engage with. Weird thing that happens in social media that the student ends up teaching the classroom, so to speak, because what do we search? We research what questions people are asking. We research what people are typing into Google or YouTube search bar. And in that way, there's a weird influence that the people who need the education have on the people who are giving it, I guess. And that might not sound so insidious, but there's a couple situations I can think of where a lot of bad information gets passed around, gets videos made on it just because it's answering questions that, instead of saying, well, that's not an important question, let's go over here, it's, well, now there's 35 videos on this question that's being answered, and people end up spinning in circles. So I've kind of resigned that as long as my main mission is locked in, which it is. It's, if I'm not doing something that is helping people to do something like today, to either conceptualize something they didn't before, to help them in the gym today, to fill in some gap or some plot hole. As long as I'm doing that, I'm okay with, the titles and the thumbnails, and I think engagement will be good. And hey, if I have to church it up to appeal not just to the kids sitting in the front of the class who are going to pay attention no matter what, but to keep the attention of, the 15 in the back that might not be so quick to stay engaged. If I'm going to throw in jokes, if I'm going to script, if I'm going to add in B-roll to keep it snappy, that's what I'll have to do. But thankfully, it seems that all of the educational stuff, talking about programmings, exercises, whatever, I've been able to keep my focus on that. So, we're still rolling forward.
Yeah, the monetization is the thing that a lot of people don't understand, right? I mean, I started out with just Elite FTS gives complimentary. I don't say free anymore. Complimentary content,
yes.
Right? Because I'm sick of this perceived value that it's free, because it's not free to produce. Mm-hmm. It's very expensive to produce,
and it has value.
And it's for 25 years we use the profit of the products we sell to create the content.
Yes.
Right? And that is a huge chunk of our profit that goes into the content. There's been times where all of the profit was going into the content because we weren't adjusting the content based upon the profit. And that's been over, a span of 25 years, but content changes. Now you're more video-based, content becomes more expensive. Now instead of hiring editors to edit articles and blogs and stuff like that, you got to have video editors, clip editors, and consultants and all this other stuff to be able. People don't understand that these things cost money, right? And then, as a company that's used the majority of the profits at my expense, sometimes not even getting paid, to be able to put that out, we, in the last few years, we've had to look at different revenue streams for the content. So we have sponsors for the podcast. We have a Discord server for people that like the podcast to help support the podcast for additional content. Some of the things I admittedly fucked up on was I've been on YouTube since YouTube came out, like 2006 or whatever it was. So for the I didn't monetize it until 2020, and I'm sorry to all those people that during that 1 week saw like 80,000 fucking videos all get. I didn't realize when you turn the monetization on, they like become live again. Oh my God, there's like hundreds of videos that all came up in the feed. But I saw it as a way back then that, because this was before YouTube, you'd have to pay the hosting fees of the video you put in an article. And that shit was not cheap. I'm like, cool, embedded code, free hosting. I can put it in the article or in the training blog or whatever it was. And I don't have to worry about paying hosting fees. So this was saving me money, right? But I never saw it as a way to actually generate money until it came to that point. But the frustration kind of came to a head probably around 2020, where there was this realization that people don't see how much this shit really costs to put out. And then I had to figure out how to balance that cost so we're not completely upside down on it. And when I see other people that are putting out good content getting blasted for things like a sellout or whatever it is, it's like, dude, start a channel, right? Like, and where are you going to go? I mean, a lot of people are just struggling from that part of they start a channel. It's not just you making the video when you start. You got to edit it. You got to conceptualize it. You got to film it. You're doing all of it. And let's say you don't want to do that. Okay, just hire the film person. So where are you going to chunk up that money? Because that money is going to exceed what your YouTube's actually bringing
it's
in.
Expensive, yes.
Yeah, so now you're in a fucking weird place where
I do everything myself too. So, and I recently switched. I tried 2 months of daily content, which worked out well. I can always make a video about something, and I think have it have some value, but you can't put as much attention or effort into it. So it becomes you talking in front of a camera for 20 minutes a day about whatever's on your on your mind. And that worked. My engagement went through the roof. It was a good move. I thought I was servicing people. There were some complaints that the topic wasn't as, I don't know if it was the quality of the subject matter or whatever, but I tried going the other route and churching up my videos. So instead of 14 videos over 2 weeks, I get like 1 video every 10 days. And I have 3 or 4 day long editing sessions where my butt's in the chair and that's what I'm doing. And I am a zombie by the end of it. Yeah. Now, thankfully it worked out. The last 4 long form videos I did it's like, okay, this is my format now. People like it more. I can get more in depth on each topic. They're longer. Great move. And I think it's absolutely what I needed. But God, the effort that goes into doing it and doing it well, very high. So if you know any of these guys and you like their content and they're not running ads, send them a message. Tell them to flip the ad switch on, because they deserve it.
Yeah. No, I think the last one that I watched, actually I watched a ton of your shit over the last couple of days, but the one that I watched before anything else was one of the most recent one, which was the 70s big.
Oh,
so
yeah,
and I'm watching that with 2 mindsets, right? Because I'm watching because I like the topic, I'm interested in the topic, but then my business mind is like, fuck, this wasn't easy to put together. You got to find this fucking B-roll. You got to put it in here. There's voiceover here. Like, oh my God, how long did that one take?
Oh, that was my last 4. The first one I did, it was on benching technique, and that one was the first. It got like 250,000 views or close to it in the first 2 weeks. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, we're on to something. Yeah. Then I did one on kind of minimalist training that wasn't quite as long. Then I did a one on steroid use, just everything. How much does it do? To what degree? What are the misconceptions about it? What are the myths about it? It was a 36-minute long video, and that's a scripted video. So it's not me rambling into a microphone for a half hour. It was punchy, and that's part of the thing that keeps engagement high, is making sure you're getting to points and you're moving quick. That one took the longest. I'd say the 70s big one probably took a week. The steroid one took 10 or 12 days. A couple days to script, because there's 2 brains you have to sit down with. One is the information. There has to be good info in it. So you do your research, figure your bullet points, figure out what the order is, and then you end up with something that's very informative and very dry that nobody wants to read or listen to. Then I come back again, maybe slightly intoxicated, depends. And that's where you sit down, you punch it up, little caffeine, little Jameson, and then you sit down and, you throw in the dad jokes and the bad puns and whatever. But, people respond to it. I don't have to be a world-class comedian. If I can add some levity, if I think of a visual, I can insert, it's just like, I don't know what the Daily Show does or like Bill Maher does. It's like you talk and there's like a picture behind you that goes with the joke, and easy format to run. It works well, and engagement is just so much higher, and it makes sure that people are going to stick around and listen to the things that are important in the video. And that one, it's funny because it's like some inside baseball here. The people that really pay attention to the channel, they'll see like every time you switch a thumbnail, every time you try a new title, and people will be typing in the comments like, what the fuck? I like the first one better. Mm-hmm. And it's like, well, and for as much shit as people give for the algorithm, like there's problems with it, but there isn't a better way to know that you're servicing the biggest number of people, because I tried to engage in the comments and take it for what it is and get feedback. And when you're dealing with masses of people, I got to think every corporation that has a worker suggestion box, that it really just funnels behind the building into a paper shredder. Because if you were ever to open it up, it would probably just be filled with what you would expect. People are angry, they had a bad day, or they have some insight that doesn't really work out because those decisions are really above their expertise level, or whatever it is. And they just realize that, if we just give them an outlet, it eases things. It calms everybody down if they think their voice is heard, whatever. But the comment section, man, trying to engage with the feedback, some of it's really good. And I'm not going to lie, I've had some good conversations with people, even some arguments that were very productive. A lot of it is stuff you can't take everything. You can't take everything that everybody types in the comment section at face value, because you'll spread yourself 30 different ways. So you have to pick a principle, you have to pick a direction, and you have to kind of go to it. Best way to know that you're servicing everybody is the algorithm. It tells you when you're screwing up. So like that video, I was adamant. I'm like, this steroid video has the longest watch time I've ever had in a video. Normal's like 8 minutes on average. This one was like 15. I just need people to click on it. And I don't think I'm being sneaky or manipulative. It's a good video. Spent a lot of time on it, a lot of good info. Everybody's saying, oh man, your content's gotten so much better. Anyways, I felt confident in that. I made and posted probably 35 different thumbnails for that thing, and I just got it to hit last week. And it's like, okay, but this is a game you have to play. It's not unlike training, man. You just got to keep tweaking and finding things. But yeah, man, balancing that, not just going full stupid with the clickbait. I get why people go that route. Yeah. It's tempting, man. It's tempting because it is that easy. But no, thankfully, the content is still standing on its own, I think.
Well, the part that they don't know is the part that you just said, right? So you're following one metric and you see that the other metric isn't with it. Then you got to figure out what to do to be able to change that metric, which is a whole nother level, of that whole game, which changes it tremendously. Because meanwhile, you'd like to start focusing on the other video too, like the next one.
Oh yeah, try to multitask, keep ideas fresh.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm supposed to be writing a script. I'm like, no. I think I can still squeeze something out of this last one. And it is the difference between sometimes, in the cases of these longer ones, it's the difference between 20,000 or 200,000 views. Like it really is a difference. And I'm not going to lie, like I'm here for reach. I'm here for engagement. I think that what I have has value. I'm not trying to trick people. I'm not trying to ride trends. So if I got to tweak the system to my benefit, I will absolutely do that.
Yeah. Well, is it though, really? I mean, if the watch time is that high, right, then to tweak it for more people to watch it with that high of a watch time, I wouldn't say is trying to tweak anything. Now the clickbait with shitty watch time, that's probably a different. This is a different completely thing. Yeah. With that video though, because that one I didn't watch. What were some things that were takeaways from you that you didn't know going into it?
Ooh, that was a meaty one, and I had a blast. You asked me a question about research time or whatever, and I was trying to think, do I do research? I mean, you always do. You end up finding, just in the process of finding clips. I remember somebody saying something, and I'm like, I want that clip in there, and that leads me to 10 other clips, and I'm always going over the other authorities in the field. Like I love taking clips from Israel. In that one, I had long clips from Israel, from John Meadows, from a lot of people that had been around the block and are experts in the shit because they use it at the highest level, and I'm sure a lot of them helped other people use it at the highest level. There was stuff from Greg Nuckols in it, who's done a lot of good research. Stronger by Science has a lot of really good articles. And I got a ton of respect for him, because being able to take the evidence-based side of things and kind of unfuck it by grounding the studies in real life, having that competitive background, that is a damn skill. And not a lot of people have it. I was fortunate enough to interview Greg, and that was really insightful. But he had one specifically, like, with the steroid use, with strength, because I had one segment like, okay, how big can you get? And then another one is, okay, what does it do for your numbers? And he compared, and you always got to evaluate these things by the limitations of the study. If I have a gripe against the evidence-based side of things, that's one of them. People being a little too willing to take the conclusions as some type of gospel. But this study showed, it compared the records in natural powerlifting across all these weight classes with the records in, well, natural in quotes, right?
Yeah.
With the records in equipped powerlifting. Now, of course, there's holes. It's not a perfect study, but it showed about a 10% gap in difference across similar weight classes. So it's like, okay, what are the odds? We know that the untested feds have a lot of use, And we know that there's some amount of cheating that goes on in the tested feds, but to what degree? So then we're getting into, okay, how much stock can we put in what we think it is? I think a lot of people would agree that tested powerlifting isn't as rampantly filled with cheaters as a lot of other sports would be. The culture is kind of different. I don't think the culture tolerates it as much. People really got to be sneaky to get away with it. And I know it. I've had conversations with people that I know cross that line. I know it exists. Anyways, you're trying to take into account that. You're trying to take into account how good that calculation is on its face. But at the end of the day, you look at it, and a lot of people have the conception that if you take gear, it's a super soldier serum. That this is the thing that connects the average Joe to looking like a freak. And it's not. Taking genetics into account, it's like, well, if you're a fast responder, if you're Ronnie Coleman, and you get to 215 pounds on stage, which is massive for any bodybuilder. And, people are like, well, was he natural? He claims to be. The other people said he was. It's like, well, you get to 285 from the drugs. Israel said, he's like, is it that hard to believe? So putting things into perspective like that, what you could expect to gain from strength, what you could expect to gain from size, again, looking at a lot of the genetically, as far as bodybuilders, it's like your body is either a protein synthesizing machine or it isn't. And drugs aren't going to do it. In fact, in that video, that steroid video, I had a clip from you where you said, and I love the way you phrased it. You said, the way I like to think about it is, that's a card you can turn once. And I think that misses a lot of people. I think a lot of people are under the impression that if you look at test usage or any hormone usage, that if you continue to use, you get that increment of growth just for as long as you're using, which is absolutely not true. You get a bump, diminished returns come for everybody. And that's where it's like, okay, do I eat more? Do I up the dose? Is there something to unfuck in my training? So I think conceptually that was a really big way to put it. And being able to lay that out for people like, hey man, all the guys that are on stuff, they still are on the hook for their training. They're still on the hook for, working past it. It's not quite as easy as you take this thing. Now, on the other hand, you got to combat against the defensive lifter who will almost trump it up to say it doesn't do anything. It's like there's the guys that they don't want to admit that they're getting a boost or that their numbers, their physique has anything to do with it. They get defensive. And it's like, no, it is pretty substantial in the way it changes most people. It's just not the thing that's taking you from 0 to 100.
Yeah, I think with the point that I was trying to make with that statement was when you flip that card, there's more to just flipping that card as well. If the lifter, they're starting, they're a newbie, right? And they get past their newbie gains, however long that takes. And then things get hard, because that's what strength development, it does. It gets hard. While we like to all think it's linear, it really kind of isn't. Like, it gets hard, and then boom, something just pops out of nowhere. And like, here comes the 50 pounds on your total. Then, it's more step-like, but you don't know where the steps are. And that's because you got to overcome what's fucked up for you to not be able to make the progress. Now, if that first plateau, they go on anabolics, they're still going to hit other plateaus later down, but now they don't know how to address it. So if they're drug free and they hit that first plateau, they're like, okay, is this a nutritional thing? Is this a psychological thing? Is my technique shitty? Is my training bad? And they got to go through the checklist. Like, what do I need to do to overcome that? That's way easier to do at a lower level than it is at a higher level. So if they can learn how to manipulate the variables of training and nutrition and rest and all the other then they have a base of knowledge in pivoting that will help them so much more. If the first thing is a needle or a pill, then they hit another sticking point. Guess what the next thing is? More needles, more pills. And then it takes them so long to be able to get to a point where they're like, maybe it's this, or this. And by that time, it could be too late.
Yeah, and it creates so much noise in the calculations you're trying to make to figure out what the hell is going on with your training. Because, God, it's one thing to talk about tests, but you're talking about some of these substances that will affect your nervous system right now. You know, you got guys taking like Tren suspension as pre-workout because it will improve your numbers almost immediately just by the fact that it acts on your nervous system. So when you got guys taking some of this stuff that just jacks you up very quickly, how do you parse out what part of your progress was the program and how much of it was the thing you took? And if you're one of the guys that goes on and then actually goes off, God bless you. I don't know that there's a lot of guys out there anymore that do that, but the highs and lows, you know, when your hormones are, even if you post-cycle correctly, your hormones are leveling out, your numbers tank. Or even your sense of strength or aggression or whatever, like it changes, it rearranges a bit. And if you have the mindset that you had to scrap and scrape for every 5-pound jump, there's a psychological component to watch yourself sit in the shitter for a minute before things straighten back out. That's hard to overcome. And when you have those highs and lows, how can you pull from anything? You know, that's not going to coincide with your training really that perfectly for the delay and the time it takes for things to enter in and come out of your system. And it's an absolute mess. And that was actually one of the things I learned from being in the competitive environment. And that's another thing I'm very grateful for, is the insight from being able to compete at a reasonably high level. Is you hear what people say in the warm-up rooms. You know what the top guys do, because everybody's favorite thing to talk about is, you know, what their diet is, what they're lifting, what their program's like, and what gear they're on. So a lot of the misconceptions about what does or doesn't go on gets blown away when you realize that so many of the people that want to be competitive are trying to blast their way up there, or they don't want to deal with the noise of having to come off, even if it's in their best interest long term. So a lot of guys don't come off. They're just on year round. And it's like, you know, touring Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It's like, well, let me try this one. Let me sprinkle in a little bit of this. You're just sampling everything. Yeah, it's a mess. And I think I said before when we started this, I mean, I'm very open. I try not to make it a selling point of my channel, but I decided when I was going to use for the purpose of being competitive at a high level that I wasn't going to hide it or get weird or defensive. And I also don't want to preach to people like, oh, steroids are awesome, you should totally do it. I think very few people are justified in doing it, much less than actually do it in today's training culture. But I absolutely credit the 15 years of natural training to so much of what I know now, because I didn't go on until my late 20s, and that time I could grind out. You know, I was stable enough to where I could try different things and pivot and say, okay, let's try this program. Let's see how I respond. And it's like, oh, okay, I'm working too much. Let's dial it back. Let's try a deload. Let's tweak the exercise selection. You can get so much useful data that way that you can't get when it's really, you know, is the light switch on or is it off?
Well, I think one good example of that is if you have that substance that you can take that is super fast acting, like what you're talking about, and you don't have an idea of what your RPE is to begin with, I've always been very critical of just percentages and RPE from the jump, because it's very hard to define, right? And it's very hard to define too, because with both of those, what mental state are we considering before the set starts? Am I allowed to get psyched up or not psyched up? Because if I do get psyched up, it has a radically different impact on what that's really going to be. So what's that? Now we're going to have a substance that can add 3% more of whatever that is on that percentage or RPE. So now you're in fuckery land, right? you're already, in my opinion, you're already in fuckery land where you need to have a pretty good idea of what things are supposed to feel like beforehand. But just think for a second, if that's the compound they're using right from the jump. So now they don't even really know what 90% should feel like for them. And then it always feels like that. And then how fucked does the program get, right? If it is like a 90, and then the next week a 93%, then a 96%, but they use it for the 93%, which makes it feel like 80%.
But it's still that stress on your body that you got to recover from.
Yes.
So then you got a bad day 2 weeks down the line when you're like, I slept good, I feel fresh, what's going on? And it's like, oh, well, you just blew your shit out of the water. Even I know it always feels like, you can always scream at the end of the set, tell everybody it was a speed rep. But if it's uncharted territory for your body, that's not a free cookie. You gotta pay the toll for that. And that comes out on the other end. Absolutely. There's a program I went over a couple years ago from a German coach, I believe, Corte with a K, I think. And one of the tenets of his style of training was that all of the reps were supposed to be hit unaroused, specifically unaroused. And I remember being fixated on that because, again, what did the person who wrote the program have in mind for you doing all this work? That doesn't seem like a big deal. You think a triple's a triple, whatever. Top five's a top five. It is not, especially when you are really, really high up in that competitive arena. When you've conditioned your body to redline it, training is essentially taking the governor off.
Yeah.
Basically your body has all these inhibitions. Training takes those inhibitions away as you grow enough to handle the stress. And that's the problem with gear, right? You throw the gear in, it's like, takes the governor away. Now all of a sudden you're just blowing through weights. Tendons start teleporting off the bone, and that's a problem. But also, as far as measuring fatigue, measuring stress, it fuckery. Like, that's exactly what it is. Everything starts branching off of whatever the root mission was, and it's hard to define. So, if anybody can ask anything of their program, how can I investigate this? That's one of the big things I would look at is how hard should this be? If I'm doing an AMRAP, well, first of all, they're never AMRAPs, because a true AMRAP in a squat, you're falling over with the weight.
Yeah.
You're getting into actual dangerous territory. But you do a set of 8, 10, 12, a rep, maybe even 2 reps away from failure. Most people, that's a pretty damn good stimulus. Most people are going to be hard pressed not to squeeze out some adaptive response from that. And again, if you're running something like a Shako program where it is very submaximal, ton of working sets, it's essentially just practice, and you're using the volume of work to drive adaptation. You have to know that going in, that when you have a double prescribed at 80%, if you're struggling on the second rep, you didn't pick your weights right, or you didn't sleep the night before, or your caloric deficit's too high, something. So those are things you always have to have in mind, because I know the person that wrote it had it in mind, and the thing that gets lost in translation as far as that goes is going to be the thing that fucks how you run the program.
I think that what you just said is huge, is to be able to understand what that's supposed to feel like, right?
Yes.
In that range, because the percentages become fuckery too, because percentages of what? Like, because if it's your competitive max, and I generally had I'd say a 10 or 12% change from my training max to competitive max, and now I'm going to take that competitive max and use that for my training max, there's already a fuckery going on, right?
Yeah.
And then if it's post meet and it's longer and the cycle starts out 3 months before, then I'm not as strong as I was at the meet. So now there's some other fuckery going on with all that as well. So that's just, to me, it's not a problem inherent to the actual way the program's put together. It's a problem inherent between how the coach and athlete are working to determine how that stressor should feel at a given time, right? It's all the best guess. Like, some people use rest and reserve RPE or percentages. It's the best guess. Where, I fell sucker to this once in college, where I found Spazov article as Bulgarian type of training. And what really fucking appealed me to this, though, was, there were a couple sets of 80%, and then there were a couple sets of 70%, and maybe one set of 90%. So it was 90%, then 80. They kind of dropped down as far as the working sets go. But to determine what you used, you had to max out first. So you work up max out, then, okay, this is for real, a 90%, kinda, Like, I'm fatigued,
Yeah.
but kind of.
90% today, at least.
Yeah. Then I had to work up again to be able to determine what the 80% was. It was exhausting as all hell. And so from that, I came up with this concept of what if I just don't work up, but work on something that I'll call a perceived max. So as I'm warming up in my head, I'm like, if I had to max out today, what would it be? And I became pretty good at that. Even as I moved through West Side with max effort work, I became pretty good at figuring that out. The disconnect became when I started asking other people to do it, right? And let's say it's fucking just something like 60%, not hard, right? They would be working up to like 70% to figure out their 60%. Like, how, this is just fucking stupid. But they would always max out. And I'm like, that's not, so that perceived thing, I guess, works with the communication if you understand the value of it, but it's still this big target.
Yeah, I mean, all the intelligent, accomplished guys who have been trying to figure out a good way to take that intent the coach or the programmer has and communicate it to the lifter. I mean, I don't think we're going to have a good answer. It's a trade-off, percentage. It's like, okay, to what degree is the lifter going to just mold themselves to the program? Because that's a thing. You can do that to a point. And there's even a value to doing that, to not give wiggle room. And some people say, I like percentage because I don't have to guess. I just know that this is the work, and then you can measure how you respond to that work, and it's gravy. On the other end, if you're doing the RP, I mean, it sounds like that's the best way you should do it. It sounds like you should go off what your actual capability is, but nobody knows what their capability is. So like what you said, I think that's what most good lifters do, right? Is they know what they have on any given day. I know, I have a good idea with a 135. By 225, I kind of know what my top end is for that day. Well, unless there's some catastrophic freakish event that occurs, I can get a pretty good idea as I move up through my warm-up sets what's in the tank. But you're not going to find that with anybody who isn't really either advanced or at least been around for a couple of years to get that kind. It's not just the experience; it's the experience in the context of paying attention.
Yes.
Which good luck.
Yeah, well, I know that's hence where the problem lies is trying to teach that aspect of it, because they don't know, and you're trying to give them ways of knowing. Like, it's easy to anchor. I was going to almost say it's easy to anchor 100%, but it's not, because 100% means it was a grinder you couldn't have done any more, and it also means you didn't smoke it either. So very few people actually, even the competitive max of 100%, we can go back and say, was it? Because if you left 20 pounds on the platform, it truly was not your 100%. So there's some fuckery there too. Yeah. So we're always in this, I call it like a bubble of specificity. So everybody, so when people speak of specificity, my brain goes to of what, and then to what, how big of a line are we allowed to draw around that? Because if it's specificity of the, say, a percentage thing, well, then how accurate are we going to get here of what this 100% is? Because now we got to find what a fucking isokinetic machine. We got to find some way, to be able to find that true max. And then if it's specificity of a comp lift, this is another one that I go round about. Like, comp lift of what? Because in a squat, in a meet, right, you got to unrack it, you got to walk it out. So there's actually tension as soon as you grab the bar. So if we're going time under tension, it could be 11 seconds before you even squat. So the comp lift, if the unracking, the walkout is part of the lift, and then when they say rack, that's a comp lift. Yeah. In true specificity. So a double, that's not a comp lift. Not in any way whatsoever. Right? There's not even one, right? But there's room for, you see what I'm saying? There's room for variance. But what room are we allowed to allow per the athlete skill and developmental level? Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So absolutely. Yeah, a true beginner or power lifter that doesn't know shit, you might want to have them re-rack, at least for some part of the skill development, every time. Like, walk it out, set it up, just practice like you would do in football, right? Skill development. Yeah. Just to be able to know that, so they don't go to the meet and don't know what a squat command is. So it's this interesting realm which we operate in. And all that is part of the reason that I buy it. I mean, I accept fully, even programs I've been critical of, which, I mean, I'd be more than happy to talk about. Everything can work. Everything it's all about pinning one thing to the wall and seeing
what variables around that have to rotate and move in space so that one thing you pin to the wall works. With conjugate, you're pinning the max single to the wall. What do I have to change? Well, can't do that every week unless you're rotating movements. That makes perfect sense. Keeps your nervous system fresh, keeps you from backsliding. If you flip that on its head and you're keeping movement specificity as the thing you're pinning to the wall, okay, well, to get a lot of movement specificity, I need a lot of fucking touches. I need skill work. I need practice. Well, you can't do that with high effort. So that's got to adjust. These dials got to turn kind of in conjunction. One of the reasons I do bias towards something that is more submaximal, more skill specific, is because I feel like there's more play in the joints. For most people, it's not so vital that any one touch have a very exact amount of effort associated with it. You can broadly kind of prescribe things that you know are going to be a few reps back from going balls out. And as long as they're meeting the total amount of work, it kind of comes out in the wash because, holy shit, this week I did 300 total reps, and the week after I did 150. If my RP wasn't dialed in exactly, so what? So I think that adds something. And then that goes to an extra dimension of who are you prescribing it to, because it's something I can't quite wrap my head around, is like, what is the best recommendation for the newbies? I'd actually be very interested to hear how you onboard people that are relatively new, because they do have that superpower, right? A lot of programs have been written taking advantage of the fact that they can go, and you can get somebody who's pathetic and weak to actually pretty strong, pretty fast if they hit the gas. But they also grow from everything. So is it better to exploit that right now, or is it better to foster good habits, to teach them to kind of hold back in reserve, to teach them to look? There's so many questions that pop up as far as like, how to apply all of these different methods to everybody across the board. And is it going to look anything like a single story, or is it going to branch off into random?
No. So if it's
Marek Health is a premium telehealth platform specializing in hormone optimization and preventative medicine. Are you looking to optimize your health in and out of the gym, improve recovery, sex drive, and quality of life? Have you tried speaking to your health professional about this and have gotten the cold shoulder, stereotyped, or just told it's part of getting older? You just go to marekhhealth.com/table talk, and you can create your own lab, or you can take labs that we've had set up for them, which are based upon the same labs that I've been doing over the last 15 years. Or you can use their guided optimization. With this, they'll put you in touch with a patient care coordinator, which is actually pretty cool because you get to sit down and speak to somebody that can understand what you're looking for from hormone optimization and the preventative medicine standpoint. After that conversation, they'll determine which labs that you should and which tests you should have done, and then from there, get the labs done. They'll review those labs with you and put you in touch with one of their hormone optimization specialists that can determine which supplementation that you should use, over the counter or prescription. marekhhealth.com/table talk. The discount code is table talk.
Let's say if it's go to the max effort, right? So there's other specificity. There's the I look at things from mental, physical, and technical standpoints. Where if you want to say movement specificity, yeah, there's going to be some things that are going to be a little out of whack, right? Where good morning is probably more movement specific to the deadlift than the squat, but it is training the squat and deadlift in the same day. So and I would say not so much the true good morning, but a suspended good morning would be, because you're concentric only hanging from chains. But outside of that, let's deal with the mental specificity of the ability to strain and think, right? Because at the ultimate end of the game, if you're doing a single and it starts to slow down, you have to have the cognitive ability to know where you are in time, spatial awareness, and where your joints are. Do I need to push my knees out? Do I need to pull my head up? What do I need to do? And if I can be in a fucked up position, just a little bit out of whatever that groove is, a little chaos type of training, under strain, so now my brain is thinking strain, but then begin to develop, where am I right now? What can I do to change this position? It's a different like I said, when we talk specificity, we got to define what bubble are we talking in. But again, who are we talking about, right? I take a high school kid, fuck no, this is not a conversation, right? A high school kid, they're going to come in, there's so much work being put on hanging leg raises and the circuit would basically be hanging raises, bent knee, reverse hyper just for glute low back development, glute ham raises because they suck, body weight movements and circuits to warm up because they have to develop those things. And then if powerlifting is the goal, then it's going to be more movement, dynamic, maybe, yes, no. It depends what you want to consider dynamic, multiple sets of 3 to 5 with a weight that they can maintain good technique on and respond to verbal cues. You go too high, they can't respond to verbal cues. It's too much strain. So then the technical development falls down. So if I can cue them and they fix, then that's fine. But that's not going to be enough to actually develop the strength that we're looking for, because this is more sport practice in a way than what it would be on another day, which may be more the sets of 5 where I got to pay real good attention to the first 2, then kind of not try to look at the next 3 because they're not going to be what I would want. So it's different, 100%. The benching becomes a little different story because there's compromise. Whereas, would I say I'm a big fan of the younger people doing max effort bench work? No, I'm not. But I know they're going to do it. If they don't do it here, it's going to be in their friend's garage, which becomes another, and it's going to happen. So it's going to become a third day, another day. So it's how can you put it in there that's going to not create a response that needs recovery, even though they can recover from about fucking anything. But to condense it down, what I'm looking for with them is the developmental process. They have to add muscle. They have to have I call it free time. 20 minutes at the end, just do bodybuilding shit. I got all kinds of machines, knock yourself out, get the biggest pump you can. And then over a period of time, teaching them how to control the reps. So they're more bodybuilding style, and then just heaving shit up. I think they can get I think that's important to learn, because as a lifter becomes more mature, they can't do that muscle fucking of the accessories like that. They have to be more controlled, tension oriented for side raises and push downs. How much is this shit really gonna, how much is gonna help your lifts? It's muscle development. But I don't want to lose the opportunity with them to, let's say I put them on a program that I may have done when I first started, that it's a percentage-based program over 12 weeks, and at the end you finish with 105 or 110%. In that 12 weeks, I maybe put 20 pounds on my bench or squat or whatever it's going to be. They may put 150 pounds on, just because the skill development becomes so much better that there needs to be checks and balances of where are they now so we can accumulate where they're at. So we can get 500 pounds on a total in a year instead of chipping away at 30 pounds in a year. That doesn't maintain that way over a period of time, right? It's that shit slows down. Where now you get to the further end of the spectrum, it's okay, now is the single even necessary on the max effort stuff, or do we get enough out of a 90%, and then we use the supplemental exercise to actually build the strength for whatever the weak point is. So there's this is a lot that gets lost when people will talk, and there's different types of conjugate, right? Everybody's got their brand of conjugate. I would say the way that I would look at it's more block, right? Because I'll tell an advanced lifter after a meet, you can't put a barbell in your hands or back for 8 weeks. You can't, and you can't do repetitions under 10. Right? So now all the spinal fractures have to recover, all the shoulder damage has to recover. They have to get into more bodybuilding work, tempo work. And then after that, yes, they're going to get weaker. Of course.
That's part of the long game. Yeah.
But then I can't put them right back into a strength phase because it's too deficit. They need a transitional phase to get back to the starting gate. And that's kind of how it was when I was at Westside, is in a way was kind of that same way. But a lot of that, gets lost in the translation because somebody tries to put an article out that says X. And then that's what that is. Where, if I go back, when I was at Westside, that was completely different. I can't speak about when I wasn't there. I was there 14 years. So that was completely different, dynamic.
Yeah, no, it evolved over the years. Different things would be implemented.
We didn't use gear, right? So the only time we used gear was in meets. So, so when I'll hear criticism.
Crazy.
Yeah, when I hear criticism about Westside and, oh, it's just for geared lifters, I'm like, fuck, I wish we did. I would have had a way bigger carryover, because from specificity standpoint, we were not taking advantage of that at all.
That was one of the things that I think I discovered that through you, actually, that blew my mind. I had a video up for a while. It was a critique of Westside. You want to talk about catching shit for having an opinion about barbell stuff. Like, I got my share of it, but I welcome it.
Yeah.
It's like, it's one of the reasons I'm happy to be here. It's like, what better way to stress test your ideas and engage with somebody on this level? I mean, you probably know more about the system, both from the competitive standpoint and like the consumer-based standpoint than anybody else. But God, I remember hearing about that, and that blew my mind, because I had been in some equipment for Strongman. I think I had a squat suit on a handful of times. I do a lot in a deadlift suit. I tried a bench shirt on a few times, but every resource I came across, it's like, well, this is technical. It's a different lift. You really got to focus on breaking it in, increasing the groove, and it's so specific. And one of the reasons I took that video down, I took it down, I think like 2 years ago. It wasn't my best work. It was one of my early videos. I wanted to punch it up a little bit, ground it a little bit, and I had some mistakes in there. That was one of them. So I was going to take it down, and I had plans to redo it, and never got around to it. It's not urgent. That was because as I understand it, one of the reasons for doing the max effort single as kind of the cornerstone of the program is that that's seen as the most sport specific thing you can do. You're going to be that. No,
hell no. I would say the dynamic work was more sport specific.
Really?
Right?
Interesting.
Yeah. Where, again, for the zealots, I'm speaking about my time there.
Sure.
Right. So I can't speak about what happened afterwards. And the gear was not as good. Right. So the squat suits that I was using before the canvas suit came in, which would be maybe the last 3 years I was there, were probably less effective than single ply suits now. And those would be the double ply then. So I could train in briefs, essentially, which were my Strongman neoprene things are probably better than what my briefs were that I trained in. And it kind of matched. It matched enough the technique that we would need. Knee wraps, with most of us, we sat back so far, it really didn't make that much difference. There were a couple that sat down a little bit more. I think it probably hurt them not using wraps in training. I mean, you sit back far enough, the wraps really aren't going to do shit, So the bench shirt was more a nuisance, because it was just this poly thing that you pulled over, and it cut the shit out of your armpits, and maybe you got 20 pounds out of it. Now, in my later years, the gear got better, and we did not learn the skill of the gear. So that, I wish we would have, because that would have made a big difference. But with the training, everything cycled around the squat, right? That was the hub of everything, because that was 3-week waves, right? So then how the bench would wave, everything else kind of cycled with that. Accessories would cycle based upon stagnation. So if glute ham raise was, and we didn't have a lot of shit in there, right? So it was 400 square foot. So there was not a whole lot of options. So the glute ham raise may start at just flat glute ham raise. And then once that was stagnant, then we would go, so it's at an incline. And then when we still want to get, say, 6 to 8, and then when that became too easy, you overload it, to where you get on a high incline with a weight vest. Or at some point in time, it may be med ball drop, eccentric, overload, and come up with there. When it came to the overall, there's so many factors. There's a lot of spinning wheels, right? So we are also conscious of, Louis would call it arching and bending. So how much arching were you doing compared to bending? So if a squat would be seen as an arch, a bench would kind of be seen as an arch. Arch back or neutral back good morning is an arch. Now, rounded back good morning's round. A deadlift is round. A super strict reverse hyper is arched. A loose reverse hyper is round. So we are cognizant of what kind, and there was no specific 50-50 balance. Like, if all you're doing is arching shit, then you're not going to be as strong, because you're not balancing with the bending shit. Glutes, hams, right? Which one's going to have primary emphasis? Like an RDL compared to a stiff leg, right? One's going to be a little bit more arch than what the other one is. One's hamstrings, one's more glutes. So what's that balance? So that would happen there. The max effort stuff, is more, the things that, I called it more deadlift training because we didn't deadlift. If we did, it was on that day. Speed pulls came later when we realized maybe we should be deadlifting, because I go to a meet and didn't even know where to put my feet. At some point that becomes, and I came in with a decade of powerlifting experience using more block stuff. So this was a mind fuck for me in so many ways, because I would use gear. I'd start wrapping 4 weeks in the cycle, put the briefs on, then put the suit on, just traditional waving gear in to fuck you. I'm not using my gear to the meet. The fuck are you talking about? Going to a meet, don't even know where my feet are supposed to be. So a lot of the max effort stuff was kind of deadlift based movement, but a little bit easier to recover from. Then the squats on Friday, the max effort on Monday, so you got to be careful what you do on Friday so you can be ready on Monday, but Friday was still more important than Monday. What gets lost a lot of times is with the dynamic effort, it was intent was the main focus. Stand with the strongest intent you possibly, and I was there before bands and chains. So it's like I got 5 years, when should I use bands and chains? Well, if you want to follow what I did, I had 15 fucking years of no bands and chains. Then I had chains for a year, and then bands came in, and just because that's when the timing of them came in. But the intent had to be, and keep in mind there's also, you're under the bar within a minute. So you're never sitting down. So it's boom, 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 boom. So in a way, it's like a really fucked up long rest pause, right? With a lot of intent and explosiveness, which is kicking your ass. Then if we felt, this is where things get, this is a part that gets left out that's dicey because people don't know how to put it in there. We worked up a lot after those sets. So if I felt good, and there's only 2 people in a group, say me and Louie are going back and forth, as soon as I let go, that fucker's trying to push me away to get in, and me to him, because it's an aggressive environment. And then I want to make it look easier than what he is. But if it's too fucked up, it doesn't look like it's supposed to look, then something's got to change. You either got to pull your head out of your ass, or you're done, because you're reinforcing back, or it's too fucking heavy. There was a mistake from the very beginning, because it has to be in there. But if I felt good, I want to make him look bad. I throw a fucking plate on. So after the 8 sets, you throw a plate on, then you throw a plate on, right? So when this is when things got weird in my mind, because when you start trying to tell people what percent, like, what do you mean? Like, percent of what? Because after this 1 minute rest period of this type of intent, if it started at 60%, I'm telling you right now, that 8th set didn't fucking feel like 60%. It was hard to get out of the rack. It was fucking hard. Now you throw a plate on, and then you're working up, and then that became, well, how often should I work up? I don't fucking know. It was the environment that I was in. Sometimes, just because he looked bad, I made him work up. Optimal for me, not optimal for him. So that was kind of part of, for me, the dynamic work did way more than the max effort.
Well, and I hear that. And I mean, the first thing that stands out is the rest pause type thing. I've been a massive proponent of certain types of training that you don't see pop up a lot. They pop up a lot in Strongman because that's event specific. You do a deadlift for reps in a Strongman meet, you're not just doing a set of whatever you can do and shutting it down. You got a minute, sometimes more, to pull. Mm-hmm. So you fill up that minute. What that means is you're going to get a greater ratio of load to total volume or total reps than you otherwise could in any possible situation. Yeah. And you temper yourself to that. Your motor gets better, your capacity gets better, and the developmental effect of that type of shit with big compound movements is insane. And I get in this argument a lot with powerlifters because I give them shit. I'm like, Strongman are the best deadlifters in the world. And then you get it, then you get, they hate that. And that's half the reason I do it. You get in this argument about, gear and hitching and straps versus powerlifters or whatever. And it's a funny rabbit hole to end up in. But if you're going to look at any of the top strongmen, you don't have to go back more than a couple of years where you get 5 guys in a meet going over 1,000 pounds on a elephant bar deadlift in a conventional stance. what causes that, right? Like what leads to that? What about the sport selects for people that are able to function on that level, especially with deadlifting being so taxing as it is, while doing all the other shit? And yeah, a lot of it is, well, you have to deadlift and you have to get out of your comfort zone. You're not deadlifting for singles, you're deadlifting for reps. I've been in contests where the winning number was 28, 30 reps. People get into the weeds, man, and they really mess themselves up. But the training stress is huge. In addition to that, you're looking at other things like front carries, sandbag carries, things where you are under a load. Your posterior is tensed for a longer period of time. Whereas you look at what the layperson might apply in terms of, let's say somebody finds a West Side or a conjugate template, and they look at the speed work and the application of it. Probably not going to look much like what you just described, right?
It's nothing like that. The training density is vastly different.
And it really can't without somebody watching over the thing, right? Because it's like you said, they're going to fuck themselves up. It's not going to look the way it's supposed to look. That balance, it's like on the one hand, you're trying to, move the pendulum in the right way. Over here, the work, the stress, the thing that's going to make you stronger, that you're better off, chasing your buddy and trying to outdo him. But over here is like, but it's got to look the right way. You got to stay in the pocket. It's got to be efficient. You can't just go for broke. And that balance is like, how do you write that down on paper?
You don't. And when I started doing seminars, this is where I saw at the very beginning a lot of the issues. It's like, fuck, you're putting stuff out, but then you go in the real world. Then you start to see how this applies. And you're like, our squat workout after warm-ups is done in fucking 10 minutes. The training densities, they're puking. This is hard as fuck. But you recover pretty quick, which was the cool part about it, because it wasn't like 5 sets of 5 where you're fucking wrecked for 3 or 4 days. You recovered for what Monday was going to be. And then I'm seeing like 3-minute rest. And it's like, it takes me 3 hours. I'm like, this something has to change then. You can't keep doing this. Like, you got to go fucking 5s. You got to go higher in weight. You got to do something, because those last sets were hard. Even on the bench, the last sets, forearms were so fucking pumped up. It was ridiculous, and the speed pulls were like, I don't know what you call them in Strongman, but you go, I go, you go, I go. There's no fucking break. It's boom, 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 boom. 15 sets of speed pulls are done in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It's like fucking over. And that's at 50% or whatever it was. But you had the intent, right, is part of it. The compensatory acceleration, that's definitely part of it. But that can go out the window too. With too much test, egos, and all this other shit. That has to be reeled back in. Like, this looks like horseshit. You're reinforcing terrible technique. This sucks. That has to come back. Sometimes adding a little more weight would do that. Sometimes just the cueing would do that. But I think why, and this is just my hypothesis, so I don't want people jumping my shit about this. I think why you started to see 5x5s, 8x8s, and 10x10s after my time was there. And I did have lunch with Louis several times, a couple times a year, and he would bitch to me about how his guys were lazy. They rest way too much. I could see him. What? I can either force this and it's not going to happen, or we have to throw more in here to actually get more effective reps, however you want to call it, more strength reps that are going to be in that range, because the percentages, I believe, are fluid. Fatigue plays into that, all these other factors play into that. So how are you going to get in that striking range when you're fucking resting 5 minutes? And I did it before I came to Westside. I would be so specific. I'd rest 20 minutes. This is what it is in a meet. I'm going to rest 20 minutes. So it's a change. The bench there's when I went on the road was a fuck ton of fuckery with that. It's because it's not like the competitive bench. I pause, right? Because you're not getting a lift off, you're not letting it settle. The second and third rep to me are not competitive lifts, right? They're just reinforcing that technique. Those become problematic with younger lifters too, because the bouncing and stuff like that, where you can fight it or change it. I'm a person that I'm going to change it. I'm going to find something that's going to be more effective than just trying to hammer something in the ground that I can get the same results with, doing a different protocol, something maybe more linear for that. So and even when I was there at Westside, it was way more fluid. That's what makes it hard to explain, because the second movement was basically based upon if it's a max effort day, and this was another reason for max effort days, you can watch somebody strain or at least be in the striking zone of straining. And keep in mind, as we're working up, we're thinking, is this a single, is this a triple, is this a 5? Right? Because if it felt like I could actually, and we didn't have the variation people create now. I might have had 8 max effort exercises. So we were rotating back enough to know, is this a metric that's increasing or not? God, if I had 80 fucking different variations, how would I, because I'm using that as my gauge. Like, am I actually where I need to be? Because I know this lift is 92% of my competitive bench or 96% of my competitive bench. Is this getting, if I never got back to it, how the fuck am I supposed to know where I'm even at? And, but they start spreading a billion variations out, it becomes this big fucking issue there too. But it could be a triple if I think the single's not there. This is where Louis was great because he remembered everything. So I'm like, Louis, what's my 2 board press? Like 540. All right, cool. I'm warming up. It's like, there ain't no goddamn way I'm going to hit 545. What's my triple? 465. I think I can probably get that. Then I hit that. So there's regulation, going on with that based upon more success than failure. Because what point and good does it do just to work up and miss? Right? The goal is to be able to strain.
Yeah, you don't learn anything.
Yeah. But then if something looked whack, it fell out of the groove, something's not doing what it's supposed to do, then we're looking at that as, here's a potential weak point. What is this weak point? Why did that just happen? And now as I look back, I frame it a little bit differently. Did this happen because of activation, or is it actually just weak? Are my triceps weak, or are my triceps just not firing right, or am I not statically keeping my upper back as tight as what I should? Well, if I'm not keeping my upper back as tight as I should, which is definitely a problem, because if the base isn't there, then my next exercise right then is isometric work with something for my upper back, because if it's activation, maybe I can actually get it reactivated by the time I come into bench next. Where if we just assume it's a weak point and I have to move this from like a third movement to a second movement and then run like a 3-week wave of whatever I'm going to use to develop that, then I just wasted my time. Now if I come back and it's still a little fucked up, it doesn't look right, now we go this other direction. So there's a lot of intricacies that are kind of at play where I don't know, unless you have conversations like this, I don't know how you actually tell people this, except you need to learn how to auto-regulate. Thus the problem when I write, a 9-week sample program, keyword sample, and then they take that. God, I regret ever fucking doing that. Because then you see what I'm saying? They take that completely as gospel, like this is what it is. I'm like, the fuck, it's not. It's not what that is.
Yeah, God, there's like 5 different places I can go with that. I mean, as far as writing, I mean, that was something I was like worried about when I was writing in the beginning, because I was critical of most like kind of cookie cutter programs, but I had to kind of commit to them anyways. Even in my book, I gave 10, and they were supposed to be examples. And I think I mentioned that specifically, that it's like, hey, these are these different ways that you will commonly see programs be arranged. And some of the principles I talk about, I have example progressions, just things that I like, that I've had success with. I'm like, this is how you might apply it in the context of a DUP program or a more linear program or whatever. And then that was always a point of contention with myself. It's like, well, am I just reinforcing people saying, I want to try this one? And that's exactly what happens. People message me all the time, like, hey, I just did, bull mastiff, and now I want to run this other one from base strength, whatever. And my default response is like, it's like, if something works, just keep doing it, and you'll learn more about it. Yeah. Even if the program recommends you go into a different phase, that will be my default response. I'll be like, okay, so you went through, I don't know, whatever the base phase of this one program. How'd it work? Well, it worked out really good. I've been training a couple years. I put this much on my total. Do it again. Do it again. The 2 phases that I recommend, that I kind of lean to, that's kind of like my watered down layperson example of what periodization is. The minimum amount of complexity you can have is at least 2 variables to change between when things get stagnant. That will be there. That will be there when it's time to level up. As far as what you were talking about with trying to explain to other people all of these nuances, that's something I struggled with immensely, trying to read between the lines in programs. And I want to say that's probably the heart of any criticisms I made, because I think there's a misconception that when I did make a video about this or any other program, that I'm like the guy that's trying to tell the world-class coach how to handle his world-class athletes. And it's the exact opposite. It's
no,
like,
I don't see it that way at all. I never have.
I think a lot of people get that impression
That's their
from
problem.
me.
No, let me explain why, because I think this is an important point, right? Because if somebody who understands the waving, right?
Yeah.
Like how waves should operate, there's some basic principles that need to be at play, right? That just have to be at play for a program to work. If somebody that has those basic principles are looking at something and they're looking at the context of what's being presented, and then they find the holes, those holes are not the person who's finding the holes' fault. The holes are the fault of the people that are doing the presenting, because they left stuff out they probably should have put in there, or should explain, or maybe even need to re-examine. Right? Because legitimately it could have been like, oh, fuck. That's not right.
And you don't know until you have a bunch of people run through it and you see those holes. And
Yes.
I came at it from the perspective of the consumer.
Yes.
I was a person that was, and Lou had just so much information, and a lot of it he was really absolute about, right? But then you talk to somebody like you talk to somebody else that spent a lot of time there, and they're like, well, there's this kind of wiggle room that you operate in that's key, that's crucial, but how the hell do you write that down on paper?
That's a tough one, though.
And there's a point where you can't even fault somebody for missing that, because, and that's where, you get stuck between a rock and a hard place, because on the one hand, there's recommendations that you do X, Y, or Z, that you run the system, but on the other hand, it's true.
Yes.
If you're not at West Side, you're not running West Side.
No.
So as a consumer, it's like, what do you do with that? And how do you navigate your way around that? And again, it's tricky. I don't think there is a right answer.
I think there's clues, right? And there's always kings of certain mountains, right? So let's say Louis is the king of conjugate concurrent. Like, I need to say both together, because that's a whole different story there. But all right, let's just say he's the king of that mountain. And let's say Ender Darden is the king of like the HIIT training mountain, or Ken Leistner, or whoever you want to put there. And then, on the volume, let's just say it's Arnold Schwarzenegger, or whoever you want to be able to put there. When they're, and I suppose in other sports, jiu-jitsu or whatever, there's going to be people of certain disciplines that they're the king of those mountains. They have to be the way that they are, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
They kind of do, right? And that, I look at that impartially. I don't see that as a bad thing, because when I was trying to really figure out, because I used to run HIIT training in my off season for powerlifting before coming to Westside, because I would take a month off. I didn't want to be in the gym. It was fast. Now I didn't do the whole body in one day shit, but I liked the idea of finding one set, one warm-up set, then one work set, and being in and out fast. So I knew when I was looking at their content, this is biased, and they're not going to see any other view outside of that. Now, they're going to try to pull in other stuff to build what they're doing, but they're going to do it under their own cognitive dissonances. I don't see as a bad thing, because it's broadening what that is. I think when people figure out or see who's the king of this mountain, then that's where they set. Then there's pros and cons to that. The pros are, this is the base of where all this is coming from. Then as you move down, then you'll see some of the other things, like here's where there's variance, because when you're talking about these kings of these mountains on all these different things, and then we want to just take powerlifting an example, you can take every top powerlifter, which is, we don't want to do, but just for sake of comparison, every top lifter has one thing in common. The program that they're doing is specific to them based upon needs that they figured out for themselves, right?
True.
So nobody's doing, there's no mountain that has produced more people at the top when across the whole top, the only commonality is they figured it out for themselves. They may have used this mountain or this mountain or this mountain, but then manipulated the variables. Where that's what I've been trying to get people to understand, is when you're moving that and you can figure out these things that a lot of them you're presenting. Like, here's the gears of what operates these things. Mm-hmm. These are the things you need to be cognizant of as you're moving through there. Now, coaching's different, because now you got to be, how are you teaching? It's a whole different level. There's the lifter trying to use it for themselves, mm-hmm. but then the person that's doing the teaching as well. I've always tried to avoid this top thing, because it's too, to me, it's too biased, because there's too many I can't realistically do that. For the elites I've accumulated, I wasn't doing Westside, I was doing linear periodization. Now I wouldn't have got to where I got if it wasn't for a conjugate, 100%. My bias still falls there, but not at the expense of being able to help somebody that may do better in a different route. Does that help answer that?
Completely, yeah. And I think that's I think that's probably one of the most important takeaways anybody could have is, and I've said it a lot, is you are never not on the hook for getting the right answer. And that means tweaking what you need to tweak to get a good result. And the flexibility of something like conjugate, Westside, concurrent, it's what should be its biggest asset, right? It's that you can mold it to yourself based on what you need. But that only works if you're molding it to yourself based on what you need.
Yes.
And then we get into this big clusterfuck. I mean, this is like getting into like the high philosophy air, mm-hmm. When you're trying to wrap a boundary around ideologies or methodologies. It's like, when is it that thing and when is it no longer that thing? It goes back to, what the fuck is periodization?
Yeah.
But it's like, what? And I know it's probably chapped the asses of so many people in the field when they hear other people give their representation or their interpretation. And it's kind of like, well, this is what the other person had in mind. This is what his athletes did with it. This is who changed it over here. I had a couple of conversations. I talked about how I came up over the last couple of years in YouTube along a lot of this kind of natty lifting community, which is really cool to see. And I had an interview with Alex Leonidas, and a lot of people know him as Alpha Destiny. And he's been around for a long time, has a lot of good information, and he's a big proponent of modified conjugate for what he does. And there's a couple other people as well that I've talked to that do the same thing. And a lot of it addresses a lot of like what you just said. It's like, well, if people are being lazy, well, you can either stick with the speed work, or you can trick them into getting some work in. So you can up the volume over here. You can prioritize this amount of exercise selection over here. You can tweak your exercise rotation in this way that's more appropriate to you. And it's an interesting question. At what point is something so modified that it's no longer the original thing? And you can always see the influence there. No doubt it gets credit for that. But yeah, that's when trying to have a conversation about it, when trying to interpret as a lifter that sees this out in the internet, I was that kid. I got taken in by strength sports, and man, I got to get one of the things that I think I've taken the most from anything Westside: marketing, branding, how to make a presence, how to make sure people know who you are and what you're about. Because I was that kid that looked at it and I'm like, that must be what real powerlifting is. And then you get pulled in and you still have to, back when I was all bright-eyed and full of wonder about strength sports before I got, injured and jaded and whatever else. But then you're left trying to make sense of what it is that you kind of bought into. And it's tricky. And it's tricky no matter what program you do. If I recommend somebody to Shaco's textbook, for whatever reason, if I bias that way, I have no illusions about what that climb up that hill is going to be like, what they're going to get wrong. I think the man himself even said he wasn't too thrilled when he figured out people started pulling the examples out of his textbook. So he had to go back and make his own example program for people to run that was more appropriate for the masses. No matter what you do, you're never not on the hook for making it work for yourself. And that's the best thing about lifting, but it's also the thing that probably causes the most fuckery.
It is, and it's the thing that I've seen over a period of time, lifters are taking less and less accountability for. they do want to offload it, which has always been interesting to me, because they'll say that they're all in, but then they want to offload one of the biggest components of what they actually should be responsible for. Thus, they're really not all in. I'm not saying that people can't help with their programming. By most means, they should, but they should be educated enough to be able to ask better questions of what they're being asked to do and to provide better feedback in regards to things like effort and how this felt and those type of things, where they're just like, no, fuck it, I just do whatever my coach says. But your coach is not even with you, right? What the hell? Like, there's so many variables that when you had athletes in your gym, you can see how that training session is going to pan out before they even start the warm-up sets, just on how they carry themselves. There's so many factors that go into play.
It's one of the reasons I mean, I like it because it keeps me engaged, but the issues I have with online coaching, I think I have like 7 clients right now. And I knew people in Strongman that, you know, made their Instagram successful, and they wouldn't say no to anybody. I've known people that had 120 clients lined up, and I don't know what you can do with that besides hit copy, paste, send to your email list of clients, right? And after running a gym, it's like, I can't go that route, because you see the difference. You know, you see where the real magic is. The real magic, it's not really in these kind of principles you can talk about vaguely that maybe they'll interpret the way you want, maybe they won't. It's in being able to see things firsthand and pick apart what this person's struggling with. And in person, you can see the form breakdowns. You can see it's like, okay, they might send the best video of the day, but they didn't send the other 10 videos that show where they were fucked up. And you can't see what they did the night before. You can't see that they're coming in hungover, or that they were up too late, or that the way they've been tying their workouts together, you know, have they been hitting the extra work? You know, you said free time. I like that for the high school kids. Non-specific stuff, bodybuilding stuff in this era, people skip that so fast.
Oh yeah.
Everybody wants to specialize right out of the gate. And in person, I mean, there's no substitute for it. So it's almost like, can I even justify charging somebody for just repeating information that's about as detailed, in depth, and personalized as what I would give right here?
Yeah.
Because and there's value to it. I'm not going to say there isn't, but it's like, I know what real in-person stuff is. And it's like, if you can't get that, you know, it's like, save your money, get some books, you know, read up and hold yourself accountable for learning the language. You know, you're not going to be able to, you know, work as a lawyer if you failed English class. So it's like, you got to hold yourself accountable to this discipline, knowing how your body works, how it fits in with the program, before you can justify making that climb and ultimately getting as good as you want to be.
Yeah. I want to take a bathroom break, but before we do this, I want to, make one point on what we were talking about before when we were talking about the different programming. That one thing that I have found with, conjugate towards more regimented type of systems, because conjugate's very open. If we just open source, open a lot of these different variables, works really, really well with people that are motivated by chaos, uncertainty, adversity. But if it's somebody that's motivated by significance, it's a train wreck, because they want everything laid out. Like, what's this look like over a period of time, set by set? But they want that really tight, integrated structure. And I think that gets very misrepresented when it comes to people trying to figure out what programs to do. Because they have to have this right here. Other people are like, for me, for instance, like, you get, like, here's what I'm supposed to, like, Meadows would come in with the bodybuilding stuff. Like, here's what we're doing. Get that fucking thing out of my face. Like, I know what we need to get done, but I can't, it doesn't motivate me. So I think that plays a big factor in there as well.
The psychology of programming. It's like, how many dimensions can you layer on this thing for how many different dimensions of personalization? Because I think it all matters. Mm-hmm. It all matters on what the outcome is. And sometimes it matters so much that something you thought was sacred has to go out the window. You got somebody who is an aggressive, competitive machine. It's like, how much are you going to sacrifice by not cutting them loose when they want to get cut loose, And there's just so many things to consider. And it really is insane. It's almost mind numbing. But if you have a basic foundation to start with and you have a reasonable idea of how to progress forward, there's a lot of potential right answers.
Yeah, that's where I want to go when we come back, is what is that basic foundation for the average person that's just looking to get big and strong? Because I think they'll get lost in all the nuance that we just had a great time talking about, right? Where for most people, that's not even relevant.
Yeah.
Today's episode is brought to you by elitefts.com. Founded in 1998 with the primary aim to live, learn, and pass on. Please help Elite FTS support this mission by smashing the like button, leaving a comment, sharing with a friend, and thinking of us for your training needs. If you can put it in a gym bag or load weights on it, Elite FTS has it.
What's going on? I'm Dave Tate. We are broadcasting from the middle of the Elite FTS weight room, where the underground still thrives and you're part of the crew. It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. Marek Health is a premium telehealth platform specializing in hormone optimization and preventative medicine. Are you looking to optimize your health in and out of the gym, improve recovery, sex drive, and quality of life? Have you tried speaking to your health professional about this and have gotten the cold shoulder, stereotyped, or just told it's part of getting older? You just go to marekhealth.com/table talk, and you can create your own lab, or you can take labs that we've had set up for them, which are based upon the same labs that I've been doing over the last 15 years. Or you can use their guided optimization. With this, they'll put you in touch with a patient care coordinator, which is actually pretty cool because you get to sit down and speak to somebody that can understand what you're looking for from hormone optimization and the preventative medicine standpoint. After that conversation, they'll determine which labs that you should and which tests you should have done, and then from there, get the labs done. They'll review those labs with you and put you in touch with one of their hormone optimization specialists that can determine which supplementation that you should use over the counter or prescription. marekhealth.com/table talk. The discount code is table talk.
And we're back. I think we're back. Yeah, we're back. All right, where I want to go is we were going back and forth on text a little bit about demographic, core demographics and stuff like that. And that's where I want to go now is we can sit here all day, and I could sit here for another 3 hours and just keep going in the weeds of some of this stuff, because the nerd in me loves this kind of shit, just to kind of peel it apart and look at there. But I think it's important that we kind of peel back and look at what's most important for. And I don't want to say this in such a way that it sounds like true beginners, because whenever you start to say for the basic population that's interested in strength, everybody will go, oh, that's not me. I'm more serious than that.
Yeah.
Right? What we're talking about is you. We're not talking about people that are looking for this upward trajectory to be one of the top power lifters in the world. Maybe later, but right now you just want to get bigger and you want to get stronger and you want to be able to know how to avoid the bullshit that's out there. And I strongly believe the best way to avoid the bullshit is through more education. So your channel does a very good job of putting that out there. So what I want to start with is, with that demographic in mind, which should be easy because that's what your channel is dedicated toward, what would you say the core principles are that should be abided to?
Okay. So I tend to think that people in the beginning stages, and I think you can be pretty damn strong or have been in the gym for a good amount of time and still kind of fall into that category.
That's a good point.
So that goes back to what I said earlier. It's best to assume that you are not in some rare air, because you still got a lot to learn. There's still a lot of things that you can check off the box before you really are warranted doing what your favorite lifters do. So if it's somebody who's brand new and really wants to be a power lifter, or if it's somebody who's been training for a while and wants to figure out how to be a little more competitive, or if it's somebody that doesn't have any interest in competing, but they like being strong, or they like being useful, or they just want to look better, a lot of the advice I give tends to be pretty similar. Now, I can and have given different programs, depending on some of the things we talked about, psychology, access to equipment, and so on. If I have somebody who I just need to be able to write something on a cocktail napkin that I can give to them and be like, hey, dude, you can't go wrong. it's going to be a linear progression. It's going to be something where there's focus on the main movements because you get more bang for your buck. There's enough reps where you get practice and you get some amount of expertise and comfort with them. And it's going to have a very simple, easy, progressive overload to it where you know what your mission is. I have to do this rep today, next week, or do this organization of sets and reps. Next week, I'm adding 5 pounds, going again, whatever it may be. And there's a bunch of those that work. They work very well. And if I come back in 12 months, that person will be bigger and stronger, no bones about it. Now, you can move into a little bit more complexity if they have more experience or if they have different goals or if they have more access to information or coaching or help or whatever it might be.
Well, let's peel that back a little bit because, I mean, if you're going 52 weeks of progressive overload, you see that's 520 pounds at a 10-pound jump.
Sure.
So talk a little bit more about what you specifically mean by that.
Okay, so specifically it would be starting with a very simple methodology. I'm really partial to something like Grayscale LP because it has AMRAPs in it too, which I think is really helpful. Again, more playing the joints with rep stuff. The effort, I think, works out very well, but that's a smaller point. But yeah, if you're making 5-pound jumps at a time, it's a couple days a week of squatting, a couple days a week of pressing. Usually like pressing and overhead pressing alternates based on the way they're written, but it doesn't have to be. A linear progression just means you're fixing this amount of work. This is my set and rep scheme. Every time I come in the gym, I'm adding just a little bit of weight. And how often you do that has to be sustainable, right? So the first couple of weeks, you might be able to make 20-pound jumps. Don't do that. Set yourself up for failure. I'm a big proponent of runways. When you start somewhere, know that you're getting your foot in the water. You're establishing consistency, getting your body adapted to all of the shit, the movements and so on. You're giving yourself a platform off of which you can progress. So hard work can be done, but don't make the work so hard you have no room to move forward, right? So if you're doing that for months, and many lifters can make hundreds of pounds of increases. If you're a guy that benches 75 pounds, linear progression might be quickest way to benching 185, 200, and that might not be astronomical. That might not make you stand out, but that bridge, that huge chasm that is going to keep a lot of people from engaging in the gym, feeling comfortable, kind of getting a basic amount of strength. For a lot of people, you don't really think about the lowest common denominator. For a lot of people, that's the thing that keeps them out of the gym, is it seems hopeless, like they're too far away. You take for granted the people that trained for a couple months and, was hitting 225 for a few or whatever, hit a 400-pound squat relatively quickly. A lot of people have a lot of mileage to make up, so I like it for that reason. But as you get through that, and again, this is just one recommendation I've made to people in the past, but as you get through that, eventually it slows down, hits a wall. The program starts working in the beginning when it's new, even though the reps are easy, continues to work later on as you start grinding. And you can live, especially if you're new, you can live in that grinded territory. That's a big point of contention in those communities as to, if you're really going to be living for those 5-pound jumps and for all those sets, just day in, day out on end. I don't think it's a great idea for most lifters, especially if they have a lot of strength or anything that looks like strength. But when you're new, you can exist in that realm for quite a while, and then eventually you get stagnant, right? But you're in that point where every hard set you do makes you a little bit stronger, and you can keep carrying that forward. So that's like the magic area. You're probably going to experience that once or twice. Once you get out of that, you either reset and start again. Most of the time, I would tell people to transition to something that's a little more intermediate friendly, just what we talked about. You're doing essentially the same thing, you're just taking it out a little bit. Now, as far as how often you make the jumps, right? Instead of every 3 days, now it's every week, every 2 weeks. And then eventually, that's why I was mentioning the group I had mentioned earlier. I'm still blanking out on their name. They basically said all roads lead to something like block periodization. Because eventually, if you're taking the hard work out farther and farther and farther, eventually you're at the end of a 16-week macro cycle. Well, then the question is, okay, what about all the shit you did in between that made you stronger? And you can look at that. Now, when I'm talking about something simple, bare bones, like a linear progression, which a lot of people shit on it, I'll run a linear progression right now. My numbers are in the tank. I did a prep for Worlds back in November. Caught COVID 2 days before we were supposed to fly out, so we couldn't go. But going through the holidays and now, kind of eating whatever, not training super hard. When all of those faculties take a dive, you're kind of starting back you can't quite call it newbie gains, but the same principle applies. Comebacks are fast. It does not take a lot of work. You respond to everything. So to get my toe in the water, I will absolutely run a linear progression for 8 or 10 weeks to get back to my old self. And then it's like, okay, now what's on the horizon? Now I can do something more specific. Now, there's another question is, well, is that appropriate for everybody, or is that optimal for, everybody wants to know what's optimal. That's pretty good. That's something I can recommend to a lot of people and not have a lot of fuckery going on. And I caught a lot of shit because I give Mark Rippetoe a lot of credit. I like starting strength for how many people it got on the barbell that otherwise would not get on the barbell, that would not have had that easy in. And a lot of people underestimate what that is. And unless you work with a lot of newbies, I don't think a lot of people are going to have appreciation for what that is. Now, as far as optimal, well, if you have a resource, a coach, or if you just watch a shit ton of Elite FTS videos and everything else, and you want to start to get your hands in the gears and really start working towards something bigger, then you have to start getting earlier on a handle on the rate of progression. It has to go beyond something as simple as go harder than last time. That works great in bodybuilding, doesn't work great in strength training, at least not for very long. You have to go beyond something like just add a little bit of weight each time. Works great right up until it doesn't. Then that's when you need to pivot. And the problem is a lot of new lifters, and even people that have old lifters who are getting into powerlifting or strongman, who are getting into strength-specific training and are trying to find their way around. A big problem they have is what works for them in the beginning leads to every 6-month lifter to think they figured it out because they got strong as shit out of nowhere. You could, throw them against a wall over and over, and they'll grow a muscle. But it leads them to believe that, I just need more of that just on repeat. And it's like, well, you're going to drive straight into the mud pit if you do that. So that's where I recommend a lot of experimentations with what I would call like more elaborate types of linear progressions. Wave loading, great place to start. Again, I give a ton of credit to Wendler and 531. I think all the success he had off that book is deserved because that was this like little cornerstone that was missing from the wall that he put in, because it covers so many people. But it starts to get their foot in the water with what it's like to move across percentages over a finite period of time. You're moving here a little heavier, here a little heavier. It's all doable. And we have a deliberate cycle for how we increase stress that you can run for a very long time if you're inclined. I've met people that ran 531 for like fucking 18 months on repeat and consistently got strong. And like he says, is that the most optimal way? You can ask somebody what's optimal and be like, okay, when's the last time you hit a PR? How much is your bench move in the last year? So that slow, grinded out progression, there's something to be said for it, but you can even take that a little further, because once you've gotten your hands on something like that and you're comfortable making those consistency with those waves, especially if you're adding a deload every 4th week, that's 4 weeks of a consistent training block. Okay, so you know what a mesocycle is. Now you have a mesocycle, you have something to expand upon, and you can make it a little more specific. Maybe I'm not going to run through the exact same percentage wave. Maybe I'm going to try some time around 70%, see what that does, acclimate to some volume, work on more total reps. Maybe, that's more hypertrophy specific. Maybe I'm going to pick hypertrophy specific exercises that go through more range of motion, a little more awkward. Okay, now I'm going to go through, 80 to 85%, and I'm going to experiment there. And even that isn't enough to tell somebody, because there's so many damn ways you can run it. There's so many specific recommendations. But the big principles are just learning how to focus on a couple of things, doing it long enough to get good at it, and then knowing how to move into the next thing on a definite time period. It takes a long time to figure out what those time periods are, but trial and error, it's like the best thing you can do. And eventually you have a sense of how you respond to different modes of training and how much recovery you need and how long you can go with your foot on the gas.
Well, I don't think you grow out of that either, because the interesting thing was, as you were saying that, I'm doing something similar now with my bench, right? So it doesn't matter how I got to the position, my bench, it went from poverty to like way lower than poverty. Like I tried some stuff that didn't work and went way backwards, right? So super, super bad. And so there's 2 movements that I know help bring it up faster. The tsunami bar, only because it helps my joints. It doesn't hurt as bad. So nothing magical, right? It just helps me. It just feels good. It feels fucking better, right?
Oh, that's like gold at a certain phase. Yeah.
So the first time I did it, to throw it back in, this is bad, guys. I get it. Like 150 for 5 felt like a motherfucker. It hurt. It was terrible. So I'm like, okay, perfect. This is probably what I want to use. I need to start at 100, right? That would be the main movement for that day. And you just chip away. So it's been like 8 weeks now. Last night it was 250 for 5. Just chip. I know at my best is 300 for 8. This has been 6 weeks. And I purposely backed it off from where it was instead of start. And I think this is important for people that want to do this because they want to start right where they're at. Back it down a little bit, especially if they're a little more experienced, so you can increase the duration. Almost like you're running a little bit before the starting line.
Absolutely,
a little bit of momentum.
Yeah.
Then my secondary movement, close grip inclines have always been good, but I know those move fast for me, just for experience. So now I'm like, I want to match it with what the other one is, just so I can physically structure things a little bit equally to know where I want to go. Where I want to go is, more of a strength-based thing. But I know this one's going to peter out after 3 weeks, so I'm going to use a very slow tempo, very tight bodybuilding reps, like twice the eccentric, flex really hard for a 2-second flex at the top, make it harder. So I have to start 3 weeks lower than what I would be. And then after the 3 weeks, then start doing, basically it's progressive. It's this fucking what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
It's long-term, and this is coming off, I don't want to say it wasn't an injury, but just coming off a over-fatigued state that led to a lot of inflammation. And it's like, okay, now what could I have done? Okay, just throw back in the regular 3-week wave. Fuck no, I can't do that. I'm too far off. And I think that's where lifters miss the gate, especially with the intermediates that are starting. If they start something like what you're talking about, they jump too big too fast. They don't try. I know it sounds fucked up. They don't try to make it last longer.
Yeah, there's a lot of extra credit for being able to take something and milk it for longer. And I always reference the brick wall. It's a thing you're running into. It doesn't matter if it's diminished returns because you've been doing the same thing for too long, your body doesn't register it. It doesn't matter if it's an injury, just stagnation. Your goal is to get momentum that you can either run through it or hop over it. And if you start right up against that thing, you're not going anywhere. So people will generally start, and it's great that people want to work hard. Hard work is fantastic. In fact, it's required a lot.
Yes.
But that can't be the only thing. Because if that's your only move, that means you start there and you don't know what to do next. That's that gap I had in understanding when I said earlier I was trying to run those percentage-based linear periodization programs my coaches would give me, and I'm like, well, this doesn't make sense. It's too late. And it's like, well, it's supposed to be. Other shit's happening while you're doing that. Your body is, the way that your nervous system adapts to movements, it's this thing that we know about, like rate of force development and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, you're recruiting more units at once, but it's like your fascia. It's like that was a bunch of research I did on a video I did a couple months ago. Just they're almost talking about it like it's its own organ now. And that is the thing that communicates up the chain. So that's why that if you're having an issue, you'll go to a physical therapist or some chiro or whatever, and they might work on your calf. And next thing you know, you have more movement in your hips.
Yeah.
There's a reason it's all connected. So when you're doing something like coming back to a squat or a press, it's the reason that you can't go do, especially as an advanced lifter, you can't go do a bunch of flies and isolation work and expect your lift to come back because there's that specific thing that's going on. And it comes back extremely quick. It comes back, especially if you're down, if you're low, if you're on a comeback, or even after a peak where you're just not used to that for a lot of work. The capacity, your ability to handle capacity comes up in the context of that. And you got to start fostering skill in that before you're even justified trying to hit the gas. Because if you start with your foot on the gas, if you start, doesn't matter what let's say it is an old school periodization program. If you start by at a 5x10 with your foot on the gas, like good luck in a couple weeks working past the soreness. God help you, the inflammation. Again, you'll show up like, oh, I feel great. I'm ready for a PR. And like, why does everything feel like shit? Because strength training just entirely comes down to the balance of a stress that is sufficient enough to cause an adaptation and it being measured enough, balanced enough that you can actually fucking recover from it. If you can balance those two things, you're gold. You're in the money, right? And that is when I talk about you're never off the hook for getting the right answer. You always have to adjust things based on what causes you to actually get stronger. It always is going to come back to those two things. So whenever you're lost in the weeds, you're thinking about all these movements and you're influenced by 10 different schools of thought and they're all like in your head bouncing around. Just take a breath, take a step back, look at your program saying, am I stressing myself enough to grow? Is it sustainable? How do you know it's not sustainable? You do it for 2 or 3 weeks, you feel like shit. That's a pretty good sign. Or even if you feel okay, you notice your numbers are backsliding. I got a ton of respect. Another resource I strongly recommend, Mike Tuchscherer. I got into the weeds on his emergent training strategies and how he runs shit. A very hard system, I think harder than most people would think probably to apply to a big group, but extremely appropriate for dedicated strength athletes, because his whole thing, this is what I stumbled across that he does that I wish would be, painted on, every bathroom wall in every gym. He onboards lifters, and I hope I'm not going to butcher this. I'm claiming to know the ins and outs of Mike Tuchscherer's program, but from what I've gathered, he onboards lifters and he does his stuff high frequency. So it's usually a lot of it looks like squat, bench, dead every day, or upper lower each day. A lot of singles repeated throughout the week. I want to say there's like a DUP lean in there as far as working different thresholds. I might be wrong about that, but anyways, it's hitting like singles at a specific RPE, using that to determine your back off weight, kind of like what you talked about earlier. You're not going to get it wrong if you hit a single that day, and but there's still got to be a little bit of experience there to make that work. He'll have you repeat the same workout every week, and he starts to see when the RPE goes down, meaning you got stronger, and when the RPE starts to go back up, even up to the point where you miss or whatever, or you just see your numbers take a hit. So if it's RP 7 for 4, 5, 6 weeks in a row, however long, you might see that number climb for 2 weeks. You might see it climb for 5 weeks. Eventually, that number is going to be cut off. And he takes that as, this is how you know what your block length should be.
Yeah.
Now that's some real inside baseball. That's some high-minded shit that's probably beyond what most people need to do. I would say most people need a little bit more firmness in their structure to work themselves around. But it's like conceptually, okay, now you know how your body responds to this training. You know how long you can get away with it without having to take a step. And then from there, it's like, okay, now we know where to put deloads, or now we know where to reset. Conceptually, that's still what you want to get a handle on, whatever you're running, because you can do, like in Brian Carroll's book, assuming that he trains pretty close to this, it's 2 weeks on, 1 week off. Appropriate for somebody as fucking strong as he is, because those 2 weeks, that's a lot of damage you're getting done in 2 weeks. Your body's taking a beating. Somebody who's a little less developed, or somebody whose maybe nervous system operates on a different level, might get away with 5. But as long as you are appropriately timing those deloads, that's it. I mean, you've got most of it, even if it's not a deload. I like 3 week waves because a reset kind of acts like a deload. As long as you're letting yourself clear out, start back, get that momentum build up, you're going to have something solid to work with.
I think the awareness of just trying to figure that out is the first step for that, because what I've found with most is 3 weeks seems to be what everybody's kind of fallen into. When I came to Westside, it was 5 weeks, and then it didn't take long before it became 3 weeks, and then it kind of became 5 weeks, 1 down, 1 up, and then went back to 3 weeks. So it seems to be where most people fall, but on the higher ends of the spectrum, and some multiply guys I know, the compression and the load's so high that I've known some that only squat once a month. So it's 1 week on, 3 off, basically. Yeah. Now they're doing other shit. Where one of the hang-ups I had when I was younger, and your 70s big was a lot of how I trained, was that those were the people that were kind of helping me from that. Where I had some issues is with the linear model that we're talking about. That's like first exercise. Then what? Like, what do I do with the next exercise? What do I do with the next exercise? And that always became like an issue, where Cone struck me as interesting because he just did it with all exercises, the same thing, which is a way, and
it's a hat trick to balance all that, right?
It really is.
It's like, how can you predict what your fourth exercise is going to go off like,
You don't know, because you don't know the fatigue state, where I tell beginners now that are doing it, just don't worry about it. Just do the first movement and then train the other stuff like bodybuilders. But for myself over a period of time, and as people get more advanced, I separate. Mel Siff is the one that actually suggested this. I'll separate the first movement, just say that's main movement, max effort, dynamic squat, bench, whatever you want to call the main movement. Separate that, because typically that's trained at, a higher percentage, higher effort. So even if it's a 5, the effort's going to be higher than what the secondary movement's going to be. So, and a lot of times that trained in a different percentage zone. And then the secondary movement, which was the way I always saw it, this is the movement that's going to help the first movement, right? This is going to be trained in like a 3 to 5 range. And then there's the movements after that, bodybuilding stuff. Separate them and then wave them according. So it's like 3 different waves that are happening. Like the first movement, say with the dynamic work, is every 3 weeks. The squat's every 3 weeks. Maybe the max effort, if it's a new exercise, there's 1 week of that, I would call it like an accumulation phase. Just get used to doing the goddamn movement. And then that could be a 5, whatever. Then the next movement would be maxing out, kinda. And then, so that would cycle in like a 2. But either way, let's just say the first movement's in 3-week phases. The secondary movement can cycle a little longer because you're in a higher rep range, and you can squeeze a little bit more out of it when it's 5-5s, and there's more adjustability, at least from the conjugate standpoint. That maybe would cycle in a 4 movement rotation. So it could be Monday, Wednesday, Monday, Wednesday, or Monday, 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 Monday. Right? That's what worked for me. So either way, it just moved on a different rotational basis. The further down we got, tricep extensions, stuff like that. Those 6 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever it was going to be. And then the end shit, pull aparts, whatever, forever, right? Because there you're not really that interested in progressive overload. It's just more blood.
It's like as long as it's there.
It's got to be there, and it probably needs more intent than people put on it. I will say that, because we would just rattle shit up, and that was probably not the best. But where I think people get lost and make mistakes is they just, a lot would just not do those other things, which is cool if there's enough volume in the first, right? You can make up that gap, right? If you're doing 5 sets of 5 or 8 sets of 5 or how much do you really have left after that? How would you break down that training day? Whereas I guess that's more what my question is.
Sure. So, yeah, the big problem, because my mind likes to organize things, and that's a big problem, is when you're trying to train, taking into account what happens in a real world scenario, because I will write into detail what is going to happen all the way down to that set of pull aparts at the end or whatever, and it never goes that way, and it doesn't need to. So understanding that's a big part. One of the reasons that I'm a big advocate of people having some type of bodybuilding base. Again, big problem in strength sports is that everybody fell in love with the barbell in the last 10, 15 years, and everybody wants to start there, live there, and die there, and it's like, and I love telling the story. I had some pretty good athletes at my gym that I worked with over the years that I was there, but I had one, it's a pro strong woman, Emily Elliott. I love Emily to death. She's great. She's one of my wife's best friends. Got insanely good at strongman over the years just by sheer grit. I mean, she was kind of counted out as, well, you're not going to do anything in the sport by some people. And she ended up getting her pro card, and I helped prep her into America's Strongest Man, where she won. And Emily will kill herself, pulling a 350 deadlift until everything's just falling apart. And then I programmed leg presses, and she was training with Laura, my wife at the time, and I caught them with 25s on the leg press. This is somebody who was over a 300-pound squat, who was right around a 400-pound deadlift, who I have seen contort herself under these impossible loads to complete a rep in a contest. Somebody who has some pretty big brass balls. but outside of her wheelhouse, not used to it. She didn't spend years in the gym.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, 3x10 on leg press. And it's like, if you could walk up a flight of stairs, you could put 245s on each side,
fucking corner like
So I looked over and I saw them, and I got to probably put some credit on Laura for that.
Yeah.
I'm sure when they were selecting weight, she was probably part of that deliberation. But anyways, I remember looking at them like, what is going on over here? And actually Laura, I wish started training earlier in life, because she had great potential. She could have been a really good athlete, and now she kind of does it, because I like it, which one of the reasons I love her, she sticks around. But that foundation of knowing your way around a gym and all of these implements is so useful. I mean, even if it's not optimal for being strong right now, which for a lot of people it is actually, but even if it's not the quickest route in your mind to get there, it sets you up for so many good things that you can lean on later, having a well-rounded physique, not having glaring weaknesses like, hey, my triceps, I can skull crush 185, but I can't do rear delt raises with 15-pound dumbbells, whatever. Getting a good physique, getting capacity, knowing how to implement this stuff, and more importantly than that, knowing how to progress without having all your percentages laid out in front of you, because there is more play in the joints. There is more wiggle room. So when you are fatigued, you're like, well, I still have work to do. I still have to do these exercises. And I know through experience that I can work in this threshold with this level of effort, that I'm not going to burn myself out. I'm not going to kill myself, that I can still go hard in the paint. And if I'm fatigued, okay, the rep ranges are going to change, or I'm going to have to drop the weight, or I'm going to have to do something. There's guidelines you can give people.
Sure.
But if I'm working that split, which I wrote a lot of programs that were, and likely inspired by Mel Siff, like you said, but that's this common pattern that I saw was like main lift, very similar movements that should have something to do with that main lift, whether you're trying to specifically target a weak point or just get some general developmental work.
Yeah.
Just because, you can do 10 sets of squats, or you can do 5 sets of squats and 5 sets of pause work or box squats or whatever else, and you can get some variety and hit some different angles. Especially for strongman, that was so huge, is knowing which variations to kind of lean on. But yeah, you get 2-3 exercises in, whatever you wrote on paper is going out the window.
Yeah.
So you just at least have to have an idea, okay, what range am I working in? How much effort am I supposed to have? What is my method of progression? And for those, I've gotten basically everything after the second movement, I've gotten real comfortable writing a rep range, an RPE range, which it doesn't have to be exact, just something to establish some work that I know that I can have you apply a little more effort next time, or we can say, it's like, okay, so, you did this weight, you did 6, 5, and 5 reps. Well, next week, let's see if we can get 3 sets of 6. Or next week, let's see if we can go heavier for one of the sets and drop it. There's a million ways to do it. And I'll kind of manually write in what I want for my guys to do it. But it's just getting a baseline of work that you can build off of. For what Cohen did, like you said, he talks about how he periodized everything, which I think is brilliant. I think it can work as long as you're not being beholden to percentages, because it's still periodization. If you say, okay, my tricep press downs, week 1 I did 15s, week 15 I did 5s and 6s. That's still periodization, and you can handle that organically and still move across those ranges. And if you went to failure on those sets, it's not going to fuck everything else up. Like if you were doing AMRAPs on your main lifts, those are the things that sap your recovery, that set you back, that require kind of the elaborate work with the deloads or the resets or whatever you're using to manage that stress. So most people, I think, with bodybuilding work can go a lot harder than they typically do, and they can kind of milk those and really capitalize on the plasticity of it. You can move around more. There's more right answers, I guess, as far as doing that, as long as you do it and as long as you progress. Yeah,
the big change that happened for me was before I met bodybuilders, right? So I trained in a powerlifting gym, and that was it. So no bodybuilders, just a small powerlifting gym. Fortunate, looking back, very fortunate. But so a typical bench day would be, progressive overload bench. Then after that, incline bench. And then after that, close grip bench. And then after that, maybe like reverse grip bench. And then skull crushers or whatever it was going to be. And they all waved, right? Now the second and third exercises probably stayed in 6s, never really dropped lower than that. But it was so frustrating because as the cycle would continue and the bench work continued to get heavier and heavier and heavier, the harder it was for the fucking incline to go up. And I'd be so pissed, like, come on, man, like this. And then the close grip, like it all has this fatigue, that plays into it. I didn't know any better. I'm just doing what I was told, but it worked at the time, and it suited its purpose because I wasn't, as you said today, this stuff like this isn't as prevalent now. Now it would be just bench and go do whatever, and that's it. And I would have just been, I wouldn't have had the muscular development that I had. That's for damn sure.
Completely.
And that led me to, when I got into a commercial gym that was around bodybuilders, interesting, right? Because the first thing they say is you need to do a show, right? So if I was just doing the other stuff, that wouldn't be the case. But what they taught me was, and I call it training like a bodybuilder, you don't have to like press with the same tempo. You can flex and should flex the muscle harder. In other words, instead of you doing 315 for 15 reps on the incline or 405 for 5, why don't you use the 275 and milk the shit out of it, because you're trying to build your triceps and front delts. Let's build the triceps and front delts and not worry about how strong it is, which was a mind fuck for me at the time. But I was training for a show, so I didn't give a shit how strong I didn't care as much how strong I was. But that helped so much later on, because then it became, how important is this exercise actually being stronger, really, when you get to those lower end things, like skull crushers or whatever? Like, does this really fucking matter? Or can I just use a slower tempo, have less wear and tear?
Save your joints, yeah.
Save my joints,
of course.
And save the joints for the close grip. That will help. And I think, today this is missed substantially.
Learning how to get mileage out of less load, less beatdown is a huge skill. It's one of the things that kept me alive. I went through about a decade of, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. I went through about a decade of low back issues.
Okay.
I injured my low back probably a dozen times over 10 years. That kept me out of the gym, at least out of deadlifting, for 6 weeks or longer each one. I had a couple that went a few months. Never got it diagnosed. Went to the general physician once, and they do what they do. They shrug their shoulders because they don't know what the fuck it is. We could x-ray it. It's not going to tell us anything. So here's some anti-inflammatories. Here's some painkillers. Stop lifting, which is the general. And now I think they're getting better with the recommendations. But and I was like, fuck that. I'm going to keep lifting. And I did. And I would find an entry point and I would, work up whatever. But it might be RDLs with a 45-pound bar, and that's all I could do at that moment. But the reason I was able to stay competitive, and over that time, my deadlift didn't do a thing. I mean, I go through phase where I could squat, I could load, I could, do some of the event work. If there was a deadlift, man, I was hanging on by the skin of my teeth. But I was able to find exercise selections, work in ranges, that prioritized either less weight or the movement was a little more friendly. Something I could do. That's actually what got me box squatting. Is one of my injuries was a few months out of a show, and I couldn't squat to depth because a little pelvic tilt at the bottom caused pain. Couldn't deadlift, and trust me, I tried. But I found that a box squat about an inch or two right above parallel, a little wider stance, just fine. So I progressed that for like 6 weeks. I went back to deadlifting. My back started to feel good, and I was damn near a PR. Just from that purchase, that drive that I had for my hips that I never had before. And that's an example from a movement specificity point of view. But being able to use things like bodybuilding work, being able to find machines, dumbbells work, body weight work is so important. Not just to being able to work around injuries, which it's very viable if that's what you have, but to, again, keep wear off your joints, to learn how to use tempos, to learn, one of my favorite, I think I got this from Josh Bryant. It's accommodating resistance with isolation work. It's a skull crusher with like chains, right?
Oh, God, yes.
Oh, that shit blows you the fuck up.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be a lot of weight, but it's like pumping air into a bicycle tire. It is.
And it doesn't rip your elbows to hell.
Completely. When you're the most, where all that pain sets in, that's where the weight's the lightest. But damn, if you're not doing some serious stress to that muscle to cause some growth, fantastic. So there's all kinds of tricks that can allow you to not have to focus on, wait. And I know that there's some guys that, bragged about being able to do skull crushers with 315. There's guys that got strong across all these lifts. And I always think, for as much as we talk about genetics, genetics are huge. I think there's a durability factor that doesn't get talked about a lot because it's not just are you a fast responder. I know some fast responders that are made out of Velcro, and every time the weight gets too heavy, something rips. But there's people that seem to just be able to put their head through a brick wall over and over and over, and they don't fall apart. And I think those are your world champions. Those are the guys that lived through something like a Bulgarian system. Those are the guys that didn't have to be on point with their training because they could survive just about anything. Or they have that meteoric rise before they know anything about training, where they still hung around long enough to get strong. But it's in your best interest to assume that's not you, because that's not most of us. And if you can find ways to keep the stress down, to work around these little issues, you're going to be around a lot longer. Also, psychologically, Jesus, I wrote this program that I put out a couple months ago, and I got some comments like, that's a weird program, bro. First 4 weeks, there's no main barbell work. It's all dumbbells, machines. It's bodybuilding. It's essentially bodybuilding. High frequency, starting with 15s. Most of the people that run it, especially if they follow me, especially if they're strength oriented, they're going to be fucked up after that first week just because they haven't done 15 reps of anything in their life. So it doesn't matter if the weight starts with 15-pound dumbbells. If you run through the weight or the work as prescribed with any amount of effort, you're going to feel that as you progress forward. It still hits a lot of the odds and ends. Nothing goes without being hit. But by the time you get out of those 4 weeks, then we transition to more strength-specific movements. Barbell pops back up. You're still doing bodybuilding work. I think it's a good transition into reminding yourself of the value of that type of work, because by week 4 we're back to the split, or sorry, by week 8 going into the last 4 weeks we're into the split you talked about, main lift, variation, bodybuilding accessory. And by that time it feels like a breeze. You're not going to bitch about sets of 8 and 10 anymore, because if all you do are 5 reps or less, that first set of 10, you're like, that's cardio, man. By that time it's a vacation and you're hitting those harder and you're getting more out of it. And that was inspired by what I like to do right after a contest, because I'm really good at contest prep. I walk around not really that impressive through most of the year. Give me 12 weeks to prep for a show, and I'll come in, I'll hit a PR, I'll be competitive with the top guys, because I know the pace I can increase at, how long it takes to get back to my former self, how long it takes to grind, how long it takes to taper. And I'm really good at contest prep for myself. But by the end of it, I don't want to look at a barbell. By the end of it, I don't want to look at a yoke. I don't want to look at a log. By the end of it, I'm like, everything hurts. I strung myself through the last 3 weeks where everything was inflamed and it hurt, and a lot of Voltaren and ibuprofen. And by that time, I'm like, I got to clear out. And if it wasn't for those points where I could clear out and get my bearings, and then get the benefit of having that ramp where I could pick up momentum again and get excited about training again, I think I would have burned out a long time ago.
I think that's going into having a long-term structure, right?
Yes.
Like thinking that through and then working back, where when I have clinics, I have small clinics I'll have with just a handful of people. That's one of the things I try to get them to wrap their head around is, where do you want to be long-term? 3, not like longevity-wise, right? I don't even want to think about that. Like, where do I want to be in 10 years? Where do you want to be in like 4 years? And then work back. Because I think that takes and reduces a lot of the stupid shit that people end up doing. Where if I've used the example of somebody that's just, their technique's awful, just terrible, and they're in 4 years they want to and have potential. So in 4 years, 3 years, they want to break an all-time world record. Potential's there from the jump. Technique's not. So I usually ask people, how many meets do you think this is going to take? Or it could be strongman. Say they want to make the nationals, whatever it's going to be. How many shows do you think this is going to take? And they're going to say, whatever they're going to say, it doesn't matter. Because you got to add 2 or 3 more. Because they don't, how many go the way you want, right? You've competed 50 times, 5?
Yeah.
So not very many. But when you back it off like that and then say, okay, here's when this realistically can happen. You're looking at 6 meet cycles. Then your form sucks. So if we just took 3 solid blocks and just hyper-focused on your technique and built some body, good solid muscle to be able to handle the punishment that will come later. Because at some point in time, you're not going to be able to do the same type of volume to handle that punishment. So let's build this. They're more compliant when you work back like that. Now, if they just come in from the get-go, say, I want to do this. Okay, cool. Listen, for the next 16 weeks, I probably won't have you squat over 60%. Now, other stuff they're going to do at higher percent ranges. but we're just going to work on your skill. Fuck you. I want to lift heavy. It's two different. I wish people would spend more time. I was fortunate to have people to say, hey, look, I think you can total your elite. It's going to take about this long. Here's what you're going to have to do. I don't know. I was fortunate. And most people don't think like that. Or what I found very interesting through the podcast over the past year is people who actually get what they wanted. Right, so they have this 4-year plan, or say it's Strongman, they want a pro card, or win World's Strongest Man, or whatever, and then they do it. Then they're fucked. they kind of, I mean, it's a good fucked, right? But then they're like, well, what now? Because usually it's a big shift. Like, yes, they want to repeat, but in their mind, they're like, you know what? I've put a lot into this. My family sacrificed a lot. Maybe there's a way that I can leverage this for something else, which they never really thought of before, good, bad, or indifferent, but now that becomes part of the whole game, where it's a weird thing because they're not willing to say, okay, in the next 4 years.
Yeah, that's...
You see what I'm saying? So now
completely.
it's like, I can get one more year, and it's like, oh, okay, it's a bonus year. Then they start doing dumb shit.
Well, it's funny you say that too about Strongman, because there was a thing that was talked about. It was before all these other divisions existed, because in the beginning it was just the big guys. It was open, and then they added the middle. It was the lightweight class back then, 231 and under. God help you if you're 235. You're in with the big motherfuckers. But they called it the curse of the middleweight, because there was a run of guys that would get their pro card, and then they just would stop competing. It's like, what do I do next? That's a thing when you do win that top show and you're like, okay, how am I going to build off of this? Now, there've been some guys, you get, the Kevin Fairs and the Rob Kearney and the Andrew Claytons, who were badass middleweights, and they were like, well, obviously I'm going heavy. And they had a very, very successful career. That mentality doesn't exist with a lot of people. A lot of people, even if they're good athletes in that bracket, are terrified of getting out of their comfort zone. Nick Camby's on that tear right now, and I think he's going to do some big things in the next couple of years. That's a good example of somebody who I think has a plan, because he topped out as a middleweight. And if you look at all the people at the top, you can kind of gauge how close they are. The easiest way is to look at their static numbers, and you can kind of get a general impression of how good they are at moving events and stuff like that. Camby had the biggest gap between first place and second place at any given contest of anybody that I've seen in recent history. And it was just like, okay, this guy's on another level. I mean, he hit the Clash, Worlds, another big middleweight show. I forget off the top of my head. But anyways, he won like the 3 biggest shows that were available, and now he's on track. But I look at him and I think of somebody like this, somebody that knows where he wants to be. He grinded. He took like 4th place at America's Strongest Man for like multiple years in a row. It was like 6th place and 4th place and 3rd place. And it's like, okay, you have to grind. You have to be able to have a sustainable cycle to do that. And you have to be focused. You have to know what the end game is. Once he hit that, he spent about a year in the sunshine where he's like, oh, I'm the king of the hill right now. And now it looks like that cycle's starting over. So it's a rare thing to see, but that's brilliant. Working backwards, I think, is absolutely crucial. That also gets hard. It all goes back to, who are you giving the advice to, because that's going to look different for different people. If you are the guy that's going to get to that point, you're the 0.1% that can sit on top of the mountain, or that even has the potential to sit on top of the mountain. That's going to be very different than most of the people who, and this is something that I don't think I beat, this is a drum I don't think I beat hard enough, which is that people need to reframe their idea of excellence. If I had to write a motivational book, this would be the crux of it. It would be the fact that everybody can demonstrate excellence in something. It might not be the thing you want. You can't roll out of bed and be like, I want to be an astronaut tomorrow. You got to go back to when you were born and what your influences were and what you have available. But everybody can pick something that they're sufficiently good enough at, that if you stop looking at Instagram and you stop looking at the world stage, if you actually take inventory of where your sphere of immediate influence is. How many people do you talk to on a weekly basis? You take that 15, 20 people, you can be the guy out of that group that everybody knows as the strong guy, or as, the guy, oh, so-and-so works out. You don't have to reach this level of world-class excellence to be great. And that's within reach for just about everybody that picks up a barbell. You can be the guy in your group, the person that, goes to the store. People know you work out. You can change the way you see yourself, your idea of how capable you are, your idea of being useful or desirable, whatever it might be, if you focus on your immediate sphere of influence. So those people, going to what we were talking about, which is working backwards. I mean, set your sights. If you're starting out, or if you've been grinding for a long time, you're disillusioned. If you're one of the unfortunate people that actually gets discouraged by social media because everything in your face is people that look like fucking aliens and are lifting just stupid amounts of weight. If you can set that endpoint at somewhere reasonable, attainable, valuable, substantive, you can work back, and it's an easy trek, man. It's an easy trek as long as you know where you're going. So everybody has that endpoint they can look at. And then the rest is just filling in structure. It's implementing the things we talked about, right? It's taking notes, getting a baseline, moving forward, figuring out how you adapt. And it's one of the things I love about strength training. Is like high jump is not that trainable. You're not going to get somebody to put 30 inches on their high jump, whatever. Just about everybody can gain a sufficient amount of mass, chip away, and get substantially stronger over the years. So it's not lost for anybody. I
really like the way that you framed that, because if there's something that I'm not good at, it's that working with people in the industry, or just as clients or people that I'm mentoring on strength and conditioning, to do that, right? I'm always here, like elite, I'm always going to this other realm, because it's just the bubble I live in and the world I live in. Most people don't want that, right? They don't want to compete. Should I know that? 95% of my customers don't and will never compete. Mm-hmm. Where that framework that you just put there is awesome, because they can definitely do that, right? Granted, they may live right next door to John Hack, but for most people, they can do that, right? And that checks all boxes. It takes care of the commitment. It takes care of all the problems that typically you're going to run into with strength and conditioning. It's not always a walk in the park. There's always going to be days you don't want to do it. There's all these other things where that can provide that enough motivation for everybody to be able to say, yeah, if I do this, then I can be the person that they're going to say, what should I do to increase my bench?
Yeah, and that's the other thing that you end up picking up by working with a wider variety of people. And it's tempting to be in this sphere and just want to work with athletes, just want to work with the people that you take for granted. Well, this person's going to kill themselves to do this thing. And they probably have the skill set to do it because they've gone through so many barriers to that point already. Hey, if all I could do is work with like the genetic elite and the most motivated, yeah, absolutely. But realistically, you got to be able to make this valuable to all of the people that are willing to solicit you for your services. And that means meeting them on their level. And you get to see, by having something like you would think a run-of-the-mill training job, you get to see what people's expectations for themselves are, how malleable that is, because, you have to be kind of a cheerleader, but you also have to be able to substantive, like really reframe the way they look at the world in order to get them to change their expectations. And you have to be able to reinforce that so it is this thing that persists, that they now internalize it as part of who they are. It's how they see themselves. And it's a cool thing when you see people get motivated towards something that isn't just like, I need a win. I just want that gold medal. When you see somebody do something, it's like, I'm doing this for my kids. I'm doing this so I'm around longer. I had a parent pass away too young, and I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want to be bedridden in my 70s. I want to be up and walking around, whatever it might be. There's so many things. And all of that is more so important than a lot of the things we concern ourselves with. But the cool thing is that we can take all the competitive stuff that we spent endless hours obsessing over, and we can use that to help people with that goal. So, that's the most gratification I get out of this. It's cool to help people win, but I really think there is a bottom of the iceberg that probably doesn't engage quite as much, maybe not be as quick to comment or ask questions. A lot of it, we see the kids that are eager to be competitive. We see the teenagers that want to be the next Mr. Olympia, world champion, whatever it is. But yeah, that's like the hidden majority, I think, is a lot of people that are grinding away in the gym and that need that reinforced. That need that perspective reinforced. That like, tough it out. get through that valley I talked about, because you can get there and you got so many tools to get there. It's just a matter of time.
No, I agree. That is when you work in the online field, and I've said this several times, and I'm sure you've noticed it since you don't have the gym anymore, that is the silent majority. What we hear is the vocal minority, right? When you're in a gym setting or a strength coach working with athletes on a day-to-day basis. I just had Brett Bartholomew out and we were talking about this. I mean, they're getting fist taps, thanks coach, all this kind of stuff. All that goes away. When you're online, that's gone. Zero, gone. And then what you actually see more of is the negative shit, right? But you got to always, and this is what advice I give to anybody that's doing online educational work in this sphere, because I've lived in it more years of my life than I've not, is you can't forget that there is this giant silent majority that appreciates, the work that you're putting out there and the work that you do. They just don't say anything about it. They don't click a like button. They don't hit subscribe. They don't hit the bell, even though we all want you to do that because it does help and they're very easy things to do. But it can, over time, it can be a mind fuck, and it's something you have to contend with, because it kind of comes and it goes, but it's the reality of it. And it's a nice segue into one of the topics I had down here to talk about, was just like the current landscape of strength sports in general, because that's something that also gets lost with when you get to a level to where you're competing with the top 10%, a national level, or in powerlifting pro meets, or in strongman, the qualifier meets. Now you're in a bubble you're in a bubble of a bubble. Right? And you're hyper-focused on that because the goal is either the pro card or to win this meet or a world record or a high dots or whatever the fuck it is now. And then there's politics in those worlds too. Federations, meet directors, all that bullshit. So you get sucked into that world and you get a really distorted view of what strongman is, what powerlifting is. And sometimes it's a bitter view, because you're seeing behind the curtain, like the Wizard of Oz. Yeah. And it's easy to get, and I did, I think everybody does, it gets to that level. It's really easy to get caught up in that, and then you lose sight of the person that may do a strongman competition. And the only reason they did it is because maybe they're a high school kid that never did very well in sports and just wanted to fucking finish something.
That worked for me.
I want to set a goal and I want to finish it. No matter how it placed, at the end of the day, chest was a little higher. It's like, God damn, I did this. That's strongman. Like at its grassroots level, that's strongman.
It is. Now this is something that I do struggle with a little bit, because if we're painting everything as this balancing act, this pendulum you're trying to find the right middle ground for, I struggle immensely with the need for access, because the sport has grown so much since I started. I never would have thought it would. And it's almost that thing where it's like your favorite underground punk rock band goes mainstream,
I know.
and you end up getting pissed that you're like, well, I liked it back when nobody did
exactly.
it. But and then there's some debate, like they started novice divisions, and then you get jaded old assholes like me, and it's like, well, it's already open. Does it really need to be novice? But it's a way of onboarding people who otherwise wouldn't have done it. So the promoters do it because it makes money.
Of course.
Like, period. It's like, if you can double your entry fees by lowering the standards for this group, it says novice. It's not like, you're crowning them, Michigan's strongest man or whatever. But there is this part of strength culture that I recognize where things get catered to, but there isn't a pressure on the other side that molds it through that puts it through the right funnel, I guess. Because the things I think are valuable, obviously the physical benefits I listed off, longevity, usefulness, whatever, like that's very important. But the things that I identify as being really important about training, and it's one of the reasons why, just because I lift weights and somebody else lift weights doesn't mean that we're going to have a whole hell of a lot to talk about. The things that changed my life were the structure, the principles that you had to follow, the fact that you had to learn how to deal with pain, that you had to learn how to get good at things you suck at, all of these things. It's the reason we keep sports in school. It's not because we like watching 12-year-olds run into each other in football pads, as entertaining as that is because there's a character building element that's very valuable, and we like to keep that forward. And I feel like there are pockets where that's missing a bit, and it's hard to walk that line because at the same time, you don't want to discourage people. If I had the best possible outcome, it would be the net that brings everybody in. And then it didn't seem to slow down martial arts. That's why I wish there were dojos instead of gyms. If we had a similar model where people come in, they fall in love with the community of it like they do now. That's why CrossFit blew up. It was the social dynamic. And then they're brought into, okay, now this is the hierarchy we have laid out. This is where you're starting. This is how you kind of earn your way into these other modes of training or these other competitions. These are the people that have been around the block. These are the black belts you listen to. Here's your white belt. And that element of discipline that I think is so valuable in something like martial arts, that's where the real value of training is. And that's what I want to come through on everything I promote. It's cool as shit to talk about the nerd stuff, the science of training, how to make your programming better, how to actually get as strong or as big as you can in this lifetime. But at the same time, I can't let all that go out the window. So anyways, with Strongman, it's grown and it's brought a lot of people in. And it is a damn cool thing to see the people that did come into it that would not have otherwise. Because I see that in myself, having taken a different route in life, where if I missed that one opportunity, I know how different things could have been. A lot of the people you see come in are people that are, they're dealing with weight issues. They got in the gym because they were coming back from some injury, and they're like, oh, I can, do this and insulate myself, make myself stronger, more resilient. There's a lot of people that were overcoming some real life shit where that was their avenue that caused them to show up over and over and over. And that's something that we can't sacrifice either.
No, you can't, but it's in powerlifting per se, and I'm almost stepping out of my realm because I've always said if I don't compete, I should have no opinion, on it. Because if I'm not willing to help solve the problem, then I shouldn't talk about it.
Sure.
But there's this but, right? So yeah, that's all great, but do they need to get a fucking first place award because there's 9,000? One time we did, a friend of mine ran the potential possible number of first place awards in just a local powerlifting meet.
Thousands.
51,000. It was something fucked up because what you have all these different, so basically the promoter just brings the box of trophies and there's no label on it. And that, I can't sit here and be the person that I can't be that person that says the participation awards are all bullshit when my generation's the one that fucking started it, right? That's kind of like a hypocrite. Even though I wasn't part of it, never been supportive of it, I can't stand on a soapbox and say that's fucked up when my generation did it.
Sure.
But there is this if I like what you said about, because see, when I came in the sport, and it still probably exists today, there was in the powerlifting, there's the USPF was one federation, maybe there was the AAU. Not saying that one federation is the answer, I don't believe that's true either. But there was a classification system. So you had a class 5, class 4, class 3, class 2, class 1, masters, elite, right? So that was what I was driving for. It's like, hey, look, I think you can get the guys I was with, fuck the teenage, all this is what you're doing. So the first goal was to get to class 2. Then I could lift in class 2 and above meets. Other than that, I was lifted in class 2 and below, really didn't lift in open meets because I wasn't really qualified to lift in open meets. That provides a structure for drive, to be able to get there. Then the ultimate was like the elite. Now all this stuff now is just like fucking faded away.
Yeah. God, I'm trying to think how much of a rant I want to spend time going on about the structure of Strongman, because it's very much the same thing. and against the balancing act, because more feds did mean more engagement, means the sport grows. Everybody has been beating the drum of grow the sport, grow the sport, grow the sport. And I'm like, do we need to grow the sport? But it is good that the sport's grown. But the first place trophy thing, the inclusiveness thing, it does have a point where it can get a little too far, where I think it works against the sport as a whole. And I think Strongman's going through that because they're finally starting to branch out into the other divisions. And then you get discussions of, well, this division doesn't have a pro card. And by the way, there's only one federation that gives away pro cards. Most of the guys at World Strongest Man don't have a pro card in any fed. I don't even think it exists overseas. I might be wrong. I don't know if SCL offers one.
I think that's invite only anyhow, right?
And that's a lot of who you know, right? And there's a handful of guys that either have gotten honorary ones or didn't get one to go, because there's other routes you can go. You don't have to go through Strongman Corp. I mean, US Strongman is a completely different fed, and they'll pipeline you to the Arnold or Giants Live. You have OSG, which is open. That's the licensed federation of World's Strongest Man, and they do worlds. We call it World's Strongest Man because it sounds cooler, but it's World's Strongest Man for the 105s, for the 90s, the 80s for the women. Then they have masters. So they're starting to expand, and then now they're adding more masters divisions. Then there's, which is really cool. They have adaptive athlete divisions, but part of the positivity element of it, I think it's a little too far. As a weight class competitor, honestly, I don't think the middleweights merit the attention that the heavyweights get. There's a lot of people that are going to lose their shit over that. Amazing talent, but the sport simply can't hold attention for what it is. It's a TV show. It's something that Rogue has taken and blown up. It's something that people stream. The popularity it has is special, and if it's not careful, it will go the route of powerlifting, where you find out about records on IG Reels. What powerlifting means is being live streamed, where tens of thousands of people tune in at once to watch it and watch the whole thing. Strongman's in a special spot right now. But they have, they just did the women right next to the men for the first time on the pro show, which I thought was really cool. I think it absolutely merits a men and women's division that's kind of on an even keel. I haven't seen that since ESPN tried to do World's Strongest Woman 20 plus years ago.
Yeah.
But then they'll do the Arnold Amateur World Championships, which has a bunch of divisions, and they'll put them on the main stage. And even as a spectator watching the stage, you can't keep track of all the divisions. You can't keep track of the competition. At some point, it just looks like numbers being put up, and it's more about the experience of the athlete than it is about the role of that to be a spectacle that drives the sport forward. So I think having the lower tiers is essential. I think it's fantastic. I think it's great. But every sport that has that differentiation between this is the big show, this is where you guys are operating. I make a lot of parallels to MMA. The recreational jiu-jitsu gyms are fantastic. They're great. But before a UFC fight, probably not going to have 2 hours of the amateurs, going at it. And there's little stuff like that, but it's a hard conversation to have because, again, what's the right answer? But as long as there's kind of tension that's this is how we grow, this is how we build inclusiveness, this is how we expose people to this, but also this is how we keep structure, priorities, principle, and that we actually have expectations of the people that join up. As long as that tension's there, I think it's gonna walk a good path.
The reason why I bring things like this up is, while they may not be the people who are listening, to the podcast or the channels and watching the videos, those people are still influenced by the competitive powerlifters, the competitive strongman, and all those other people. So they may never want to compete, but once they dip their toe in the water, I really like training. Then I want to make it a top 5 priority. Then they're going to start searching, because the powerlifting. They're going to Google search that. They're going to Google search strongman. So they're going to Google search, or YouTube search is probably more accurate for what they're doing. And then, as content providers, we're in this weird spot, right? Because that's what's getting searched, which is weird, right? Because that's what's getting searched over just getting strong. You would think getting jacked or getting strong would get searched more, but that's what's getting searched, but they have no desire to actually do that at a competitive level. But yet, content has to be created to be able to tap into said keyword, to be able to it's this, so it becomes this weird,
This big tangled loop, right? Of cause and effect. Yeah.
yes, which in turn brings the competitors to be able to see the content, which isn't a bad thing, because I think everything that we've talked about, man, it's everybody. Like when you can look at the very basics, when you break this down, create the stimulus, recover from the stimulus, create the stimulus, that is the basic bottom principle of all this shit. It's even that can be debated. Like the gas principle can kind of be true and kind of not, and kind of convoluted, right? It's the same article that you're talking about. That
I remember
Malcolm's
that.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is the question I always had with this when I was learning this in college is this is interesting, and I can see that from my squat, but then does my RDL, now there's two stimuluses that have a curve now. Are they different curves, or is it the same curve? You see,
Yeah.
like what the fuck, and but the general principle still.
Absolutely.
Still.
You get lost in the weeds so much.
Big time.
There was actually something I did want to ask you, because so much of the style of training that you came from, that you engage in, it puts such a premium on technique, which, the squat, bench, dead, technical lifts, I always call it's technical, like making an omelet's technical. Like there's a right way to do it. Most people can figure it out. It's not like you're learning to do a triple axle to pull off a passable squat.
Yeah. But
there's this debate that kind of exists. I feel like it centers around the deadlift more than anything else, because there's a lot of different ways to squat. Deadlifting, you're going to see a lot of variation in top pullers from their posture, their positioning, and so on. So there's kind of a debate. How much allowance do you allow in these lifts when you are prioritizing technique for like individual variations, or even for form breaks that you would consider a form break? Because I think some of the biggest pullers of all time, you get guys, some of them, it's like, Jesus Christ, I wouldn't let that fly in my gym. You know what I mean? But it's like that works for them, the way they're built. They have steel cable erectors, or their leverages make a really high hip rounded back pull just go off really well, even though that might not be how you start a beginner out, or something. Is there a certain amount that you give for that, or how do you assess that, or do you have like really rigid, this is how I know your body needs to line up, this is what you need to fucking do?
A few different ways to answer that. Ricky Cranen, I may screw up the order of this, wrote years ago that there's technique, form, and style. Now this is where I may screw some things up, where I may miss. I may say technique is what he said was form, but technique would be the optimal. Like, this is the perfect that everybody says that you're supposed to do, right? Then there's form. Right now, that's going to be biomechanically what's probably going to be best suited for you and all those personal factors. Then there's style. Everybody's got a little bit different flair or whatever to what they do. So that's the first answer there. The second one is going to fall more along the lines of when I look at a lift, there's a big but here, which I'll get to in a minute, but when I look at a lift of a competitive power lifter, then I'm looking at two things particularly. Bar path, number one. Like on the way up on the squat, is this the straight line? Like on the bench, on the way up, is it a straight line, or is it slightly, I'm cool with a J pattern too, as long as the elbows are staying on, as long as it's stacked. Like, is the bar moving the way I want it to move? And the deadlift, is the bar moving the way I want it to move? The more optimally I can get that line, the shorter that line's gonna be. The shorter the distance is going to travel, the more weight they should be able to lift. And then what do the joint mechanics look like? Does this look like it could potentially like blow a knee out, or just potentially be fucked up? Now, so that's the checklist. Now, does this look potentially like it could be a problem? Is that somebody's form or style, right? So maybe a little bit of a hunch in the back on a deadlift. Is this their style and form? In other words, is this creating a problem? First off, if it's screwing up the bar path, yes, there's a problem. If it's enlarging the bar path, yes, it's a problem. If this is their neutral, then I'm not going to fuck with that. So there's those little intricacies with that, where there's more to look at. Sometimes I like act like I'm an X-ray and I'm just looking at what this is, because that also affects your verbal cueing sometimes. Maybe I'll tell somebody to arch, but I'm not really telling them to arch. They're already anteriorly tilted. I just want them neutral. So the way I get them neutral is I say arch, now they're neutral, or dick out or something like that. So just that stacked position where that's how I will look at the whole thing. It's like, is this the most economical and effective for what their goal is to lift bigger weight? That may mean there could be detrimental damage, maybe, but very doubtfully. Very, very doubt. The only time I would say that is if it's that like weird back thing that you'll see sometimes on the deadlift. I don't know, because I'll look at somebody like Vincenello that did that basically his whole career. He's fine. So that's just that structure. I don't know. If I was super concerned, I'd reach out to like Brian Carroll or Stu McGill or somebody that's beyond my capabilities there. Now the big but that I have. The big but is, if it's somebody that's not going to compete, or if it's a high school football player, or somebody just training to get strong, am I going to be hyper focused on technique to this extreme degree? Like, we need 15 sets of 2 at this rate because I'm seeing that as skill development like you would drills on a football field. No, I'm not. As long as they're close enough, I can take a semi-shitty squat to a stronger semi-shitty squat, and they're still a stronger athlete. So there's sometimes I think powerlifting coaches or people from a powerlifting background get too locked up in the perfect technique for certain athletes that don't compete in that, where they should just back it off a little bit, allows a little bit of fuckery as long as it's not so bad they're going to get hurt, and spend the time doing other shit that's going to make them big too. Because they'll do it. It's funny, right? Because the criticism these same people will make against the Olympic lifts is it takes too long to coach. But yet they'll take 10 times as much time to be able to coach this football player that may just need to do goblet squats instead, to be completely honest, to build the muscular development. They're not even strong enough to fucking barbell squat in the first place.
Yeah.
So they'll spend 15, 20 minutes 3 times a week trying to get this kid to barbell squat, and then they can't even do a goblet squat. So does that answer the... Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah.
No, that was great. It's, like so many things in this field, it's like it depends on the goals and the lifter and what they need. I focus on that specifically because that also is going to dictate so much about how you do approach your programming. You mentioned earlier about taking somebody and saying, hey, we're going to go through 8 weeks of technically focused work, for this end goal. And I know there's a lot of people that think that's the default. That's what they should be doing. That's how they should be getting into it. Yeah, exactly. where it's like, okay, do you want to compete? At which level do you want to compete at? And even if you want to compete, how long are you going to spend letting perfect be the enemy of good when you're passable, you're good enough, and now we can focus on getting some work in and letting the program do what it does. There's one of my favorite quotes that came from like a Dan Green article. He's like, you're not going to technique your way to a 600-pound bench.
Yes.
Is the technique foundational? Is it important? Can it help you when you're fighting out for those elite placings? Is that 2% or 10%, whatever it is that going to be crucial? Absolutely. But for the immediate part of your career, you need more muscle. You need more strength. You need to be more well-rounded. You need to be more kinesthetic. And that's going to involve doing a wide variety of shit. And it's like a river that's running, It's like you got to be able to paddle and maneuver as you go. I think
I'm glad you brought that back up, though, because the context that was left out there is this person had 6 years of prior training.
There you go, yeah.
So context matters, right? So even early specialization in any sport's not good. Early specialization in powerlifting's not good either. If it's a skinny fucking kid that doesn't have any muscle, then it's probably not the best thing to have them early specializing in, or you can, but there better be a fuck ton of hypertrophy work.
That's where it is. And that's an interesting, I don't even know if this is a debate somewhere. If it's not, it should be, because it's pretty evident. If you search beginner program, like what would you expect to come up with on the on Google?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say starting strength's probably the most popular quote unquote beginner routine. Well, what is it? It's all barbell work, right? It's all fives. It's all linearly progressed, so you get a bunch of practice, whatever. On the other hand, going back to Shako and like-minded lifters who came out of a very formal structure that is influenced by Olympic lifting and all that other sport, track and field and everything, and academically what they produced. It all goes back to that field of study. You'll see something completely different. You'll see beginner programs that have no barbell work. It's unilateral work. It's bodyweight work, goblet squats, like you talked about. It's lunges. It's single limb. It's a lot of abdominal work. It's varied. There's a lot of different rep ranges. A lot of stuff's taken to failure. So it's an interesting question of going back to how you onboard people. Like, well, what do you prioritize? Do you prioritize skill in the barbell? Do you just prioritize simplicity and bang for the buck and put that at the front? Or do you go over here and do you spend time in the gym, do all the machines, get comfortable? It's like driver's ed for your body, learning how to do all of these things. And I mean, for the beginner, it seems like both work equally well. Long term, I'm not really sure what the right answer is. It's like, does it come out in the wash, or is there a more specific, I guess, right answer?
Well, I've seen they kind of find their way, so if they're younger and they come in, then they really like to train.
Yeah.
Right. So this I call it the back end. So that back end, 15 minutes of do whatever you want. They can only do so much shit in 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
That starts at a lot higher than that. Right. So it will be, here's a couple things that you need to do, just basic shit that I know they're not going to do with the other stuff. They're probably not going to do hanging leg raises. They're probably not going to do goblet squats. They're probably not going to do some of these other things. It may start at 45 minutes. 45, just kill yourself, be lay-handy, do whatever thing you watch. And they're like training like we probably did when we were younger, just going after it. That lasts for a while, and then they start to realize, and they're growing, and they'll milk the shit out of that, but then that slowly chips away. And then it becomes 15 minutes, then 20 minutes. And the two of them that I'm talking about have a meet this weekend. So obviously the last 3 or 4 months, there have been no minutes. Maybe get a bicep pump here and there. You got to negotiate, here, whatever it's going to be. And now after the meet, they don't know this yet, but they will be probably not real happy when they come back and I say, I don't want to bar in your hands or on your back for 4 weeks. They most definitely can, but I want the habit started immediately, right? Because that's one thing I really believe in, especially for power lifters that are peaking as they get older and go through this. They just need fucking time to do. And think about that. No bars in your hands, no bar on your back, no reps under 10. Think about the shit that you can do. There's a lot, but they don't want to do any of it.
Oh, of course not.
But these kids will. I mean, they're going to be tearing up the machines. They're going to be doing all kinds of shit. But my advanced lifters absolutely hate it, but need it.
And that goes back to, optimal, not necessarily being what gets you stronger right now, but what fits into that long-term plan. Because even though you can, even though you can have these guys, these ball players, these teenagers, whatever category they're in, you can have them fuck their shit up right after a meet and they'll probably be fine. That'll probably get them strong a little quicker. Is that optimal though? If you're not instilling good habits, if they're going to run into that wall down the road where they're now strong enough where they need that time, and now they have this other thing they have to learn, which is how to hold back. Fostering those good habits early on is really important. That's a hard thing to do. And the bodybuilding stuff, man, it's so vital. It's the first thing to get skipped out on. So to have that ingrained, it's like, this is going to be your bread and butter for so long. And it's like, you better figure out how to make it work for you.
See, I think even with Shako, though, there were bodybuilding exercises.
Oh, yeah, there's pec work. Yeah, there's pec and hamstring work completely. Now, you look at it and it's like, God, I forget how many sets. If you have a day where it's like squat, bench and then you squat again, and it's like dozens of sets.
Yeah.
And you look at it and you're like, oh, double at 80%. You know, what's that?
Yeah.
That's nothing. Well, get to set number 45 and tell me what it feels like. And it's a different type of stress. It goes back to different programs having a different thing pinned to the wall. You know, it's like stress isn't just how much weight's on the bar. It's how many reps did you do? It's how fatigued you. What was your density like? How quickly did you tear through it? You know, did you have a training partner you were trying to outdo on your speed days? But then you get through all that, and it's like you see, oh, now there's dumbbell flies, hamstring curls, good mornings, ab work. And it's like it sneaks in. It's like this at the bottom of the page, and you got all this.
It is tiny.
But that's not an unsubstantial amount of work. And it's
I know.
like,
I wish they wrote it bigger.
oh, in all caps.
Yeah,
and it's write in all the warm-up sets just to make it look bigger. You know what I mean? But yeah, the emphasis, and it wouldn't be there if it wasn't important. It wouldn't. But even as, you know, we're simple pattern recognition machines, we read through it and we're like, okay, well, this is just a ton of benching, squatting, deadlifting. And you're like, no. There's this piece at the end that, you know, this professional decided was important enough to put it. And you hear Olympic lifters doing the same thing. You hear stories of like Chinese Olympic lifters doing a fuck ton of bodybuilding work because they're trying to put as much mass on their frames as they can handle to be competitive. So you hear about these guys, it's like Olympic lifting and bodybuilding work. You think that's like night and day. But at the end of the day, if you have fewer weak points, if you're more well-rounded, and if you have more mass on your frame, that's the most competitive version of you. You're going to have the most amount of options. Funny, I followed this CrossFit coach a long time ago, and he posed a question to his audience. He thought, what do you think the best sport or background is to come from to excel in CrossFit? And everybody put, NFL linebacker or, whatever they thought was the most athletic or had the best list of traits that were the most well-rounded. And his answer, his opinion was bodybuilders. I don't know how true that is, but I understand what he was getting at. He was saying, look, you're going to have guys that come in strong enough to handle most of the RX weight. You're going to have guys with a motor because they're used to work capacity and building fatigue in a way that a lot of people aren't. Cardiovascularly, they're going to be starting off better. They're not going to have any weak points because if they're good at what they do, the rear delts are going to be just as developed as the quads or the glutes or whatever else. And you can mold that into just about anything you want. You know, if you could take that and teach it how to clean and do a muscle up, you're made in the shade. So, anyways,
I would agree with that because I'm thinking of people that have onboarded in the crews that I've had and where they come from, and the only negative I've ever seen with that type of background is to their ability to learn and use compensatory acceleration on main lifts. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
That's a tough one for them. Bands kind of help with that, but not like people think you would think I'm saying. Not to the degree that other people would use it. Just as a learning tool. Because if you sit down, with a light, say 225 or whatever, and you try to stand up slow, and you got band tension on there, you're going to find out real quick you can't do that, right? So then they stand up fast. Once they that clicks, and then I pull them off, and then see if it will actually transfer, right? Because there's a stimulus and there's the transfer of the stimulus, which is more important than the stimulus. And that, even with the Gen Pop that I've had, two of the hardest things to teach them on a squat is to get tight. A little bit of band tension solves that real quick. Not ridiculous band, just a little bit, and then to stand up with some intent. Once that's there, peel it, does it stay? And that's been like a hack. Like a very quick hack. Boom, thank God, because that's one of the hardest things when I was training people to teach people, just regular people, how to, not so much, I don't give a shit about the compensatory acceleration with Gen Pop people, but staying tight matters. Mm-hmm. That matters a lot. It's like all of a sudden, boom, that helped. But once the bodybuilders, they're so, depending on how long they do it, obviously, they're so trained in not using intent. Just that it's a hard one to break. But if you can hack it or put them in a squat stance they've never used before, lower the weight, then it's like new, right? If you put them in their normal stance, it's a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, I can imagine that with especially their normal approach to compound lifts is so don't want to say bastardized, but they work the movements how they need to put the stress where they want it. So whatever spectrum we think exists in what counts as a squat, their spectrum is much wider.
Oh yeah.
Standing on your toes, heels together, whatever it is on the machine to get whatever angle, or pulsing in between reps. So getting that to transfer into, well, this is a deliberate movement, and we know where point A is and where point B is, and we're trying to drill that into your head. I could see that. I've worked with a few. I had a few good friends that were bodybuilding. My friend Tony Russell, shout out to Russ. He was best man at my wedding. Has lived like the bodybuilding life for like 15 years. We went to one of his shows, and just to watch all the shit he comes up with. But we got him into a strongman show so many years back, and he hit, for a guy that steps on stage at 170 pounds, he hit a 300-pound log. He was tearing through these movements. Definitely, it goes back to the technique thing too. It's like, how much are you going to tighten it up? He had his style of squatting, and I'm like, well, if we can add more weight, it's like, well, maybe I think it's a shitty squat, but for this meet, let's just get you a better shitty squat. Well, we don't have a year to overhaul the way you move. But it just stands out in my head, the amount of skill, or I guess the amount of raw materials you get. There's this weird myth that got passed around, that it was, you get a lot of people that are really super muscular and aren't very strong. And I don't really see that in real terms. And it seems to be more accessible to more people anyways.
Well, it's a weird correlation too, because you're dealing with people that are training in rep ranges of 8+, and what they're lifting for 8+ is strong, but they're not doing singles and triples, so you don't really know what that's going to be.
Yeah.
I've always tried to explain it as, in bodybuilding, you're training a muscle, and strength sports, you're really training movements. But when it comes to accessories, we should actually be training muscles and be paying attention to what they're doing there.
Absolutely, yeah.
And there's a lot to be learned from that, right? Because I could say we don't necessarily need the mass that they're carrying.
For sure.
But we're also not going to do all the training that they're doing either. So to think that if we do a couple of movements like them, we're going to have their mass is like ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's why your body, one of the complaints of linear periodization, it's like the mass you gain as you start to specialize, you lose it because your body doesn't need all of it. It's more neurological, so all this excess mass, you're going to lose it anyways. If any of the biggest guys in their peak switched over to powerlifting, they'd probably come in, a few dozen pounds lighter than their stage weight because of the specific, and that's where all that variety comes in. Because the only way you get a muscle that big is if you nail it 18 ways from Sunday through all these different movement patterns.
One of the things because that happened when I was training that way, that always happened to me. So I would end up losing, I'm going to say 10 pounds. I'm not going to say it's 10 pounds of muscle because that's bullshit. But there's volumization. There's how much water and blood you're holding in the muscle from the time I would go through the hypertrophy phase to the peak phase. But it worked out perfect for me because it put me right in my weight class.
There you go.
So that kind of helped when I spent a couple of years just purely bodybuilding. I got really strong on my rep ranges of everything, and the 6 to 8's really strong. Then when I went to transfer it back into powerlifting, it was fucking horrible. I wanted to kill myself. It was terrible. Where a bench, for example, say 405 or 12, would lead to a 455 barely being able to bench it, down from doing 500 before. And that's when Louis started to get in my ear. It was like, what the fuck? You went up 30 pounds, you're in a new weight class, and your lifts went to hell. I'm like, I did this bodybuilding shit. Like, I don't know. It should have, worked. And knowing better now, longer transference phase, it may have, it may have definitely worked, but just going right from one straight into the other wasn't a long enough period to allow that to happen.
Yeah, all those skills detrain quick, right? So it's like you're doing good work on this other end, but you're losing all that specific skill. And that freaks a lot of people out, I think. freaks a lot of people out, but those skills come back super quick. I mean, I've had more comebacks than I can count. And that was one of the most freeing things I realized, because when you first realize it, if you don't spend a couple weeks in the gym, you lose everything. The first time you realize that as a lifter, you have like an existential crisis. Like, oh, I thought this is just how strong I am now. But the most freeing thing was realizing how quickly they do come back, and that gives you the freedom to focus on these different things. And then that goes into this other point, talking about the bodybuilding training, the movement selection, the way you approach it. Absolutely. The training thresholds is something a lot of people don't really concern themselves with or don't think about too much. And that had so much impact on how I approach strongman, because strength, I mean, this general idea of strength is always there, but there's a big difference between, a max deadlift and a contest that has a 600-pound deadlift for reps. The same guy isn't going to win both. So I have a pretty good motor. I mean, I can't pull for shit. I'm built like a dachshund, I'm a torso, no limbs. If there was, I think the joke I made earlier, if there was such thing as a sumo overhead press, I'd be known for it. But geez, the rep ranges that we work in. I've been doing 100 reppers recently because I committed for hitting 100,000 subs. I committed, hey, I'll do a 100 rep squat. Just
tell me exactly what you mean by that. Like in a row,
without racking the bar.
So are you breathing? I mean, are you breathing in between holds?
I gave myself a time cap. Yeah. I'm not pulsing.
Yeah.
Through.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
But I'm not turning it into a breathing squat either. Where I'm taking through. I try to limit it to one breath in between each rep.
Okay.
So the last one took me about 5.5 minutes. So it was like
fuck that.
It was like 16 to 20 reps per minute.
Yeah.
And that's the pace I don't want to go about. There's a couple of guys I was chasing. It's on my bucket list. Is these 225 100 reppers. There's a couple people that have done it. And it usually got, I think Will Dinwiddie, who I competed with in Strongman probably 10 years ago, maybe. He did it in about 7 minutes, which, I mean, for 225 on your back, 100 reps unbroken, like that was pretty damn impressive. And I don't know how much, I'm sure some CrossFitter could probably give that a run for its money. I don't know. And I think a couple other guys have done it since. There's this video going around of this guy, Sarge, that I think he used to train with the Sequim crew. I'm not sure about that. Jesse Miranda used to train in back in the day, but they were known for doing the gnarliest workouts for strongman. Stone loading into like tire flip type medleys, like for endurance. And these guys are 300 pounds and they're trying to do this stuff, pairing squatting and strongman movements. This is nutty stuff. But Sarge got like 98 reps with 225. I remember seeing that and I'm like, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So anyways, I volunteered to do that. I don't know why. So far I got 135, and next week I'm slated to go 155 and see where it goes from there. So it's just an example of these different rep ranges, these different thresholds. And in strongman, it's like, how to pair this consistent growth and strength. You can't just follow a powerlifting specific program. You can't just follow a basic strength program. That will help, of course, but that has to go with these other movements, yoke and stones and sandbags and dumbbells and all kinds of bullshit. And then it's this extra dimension. Okay, what threshold are you training it in? And my motor got pretty good over the years. And I was able to hang in something like a deadlift where there's guys, the real explosive guys, the real springy guys that are used to just popping into the weight. A lot of them don't like going double digits.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't like the way it feels. And if you're not willing to get in the weeds and kind of live in that range, but you can absolutely, they diverge a bit, right? Having the biggest 1 rep max, that's not going to be the biggest rep number. It's not going to really say a lot about, well, can you handle volume or can you handle this threshold? So one of the reasons I love about sport, I hate half the movements. I mean, you train them, you suck at them, makes everything hurt. But that's what I love about it, is all these ranges and these movements of variety. And there's so much texture to it as far as what you can run through.
With a couple things here that I got to ask now is, I've noticed that through my powerlifting career, I've known people that one time at Westside, Louis wrote some article about this. There was one guy that benched 405 for 3, another guy that benched 405 for 1. But when it came to the raw bench, the 405 for one guy could bench like 525. The other one couldn't bench 475. So there is different abilities that are there, where I'm fascinated about this 100 rep thing. And well, here's why, because I used to help people with the 225 rep combine thing.
Yeah.
Because there's different angles to go about this, where the first thing I wanted to figure out was, what was their time to fatigue? What was their time to failure, right? And however seconds, minutes, or whatever it was, because whatever that was, I figured that's the hardest component to increase, right? Because that's strength endurance.
Sure.
So how can we get more reps in that time period would be my first thing. Like, how can we shorten the reps, all this other kind of stuff. And then everything's still kind of based upon absolute strength. I don't know about so how do you maintain that? Or you can lose a little bit, but how do you maintain enough of it to do what's required to be able to do? And then how do you figure the breathing out? Like, where does that, like with the 100 rep thing, you see how, it's not like you're doing multiple sets of 100 reps to figure out you should breathe on the 6th rep. So you got to like figure this, what's the strategy in going into training for that?
So for me, it was, well, I think that is a whole thing I could write a course on, is if you have all of these optimal things for something like powerlifting. I mean, I've spent the last couple decades figuring that out for events for reps.
Yeah.
A good example is, okay, my deadlift. I don't drop the bar and reset my hips each rep, because the explosive guys like doing that because they're used to yanking in the bar. That makes the start harder. You lose stretch reflex. If I can get my breath at the top, hold it, follow the bar down, keep my hips in the same position, stretch reflex hangs around for a couple seconds. I can maintain that while I get the up command, because they usually don't allow like touch and go or bounce reps. So I come down, held my breath from the top, so I'm tight. Wait. They give me the up command and I go. And I get a lot more mileage. So I've done that for each one of my lifts. There's ways to cycle through overhead reps. And so on. So for really long stuff, and especially, I mean, there's so much density work as it is. I'm doing reps anyways. I squat for reps quite a bit, more often than I hit singles by a mile. And I'm used to a cadence. The cadence of my breathing ties into how I keep count of the reps, to where I give myself a cadence and I don't let myself break from it. So, I mean, with getting 100 reps, it's
Does that change with fatigue, though?
So here's the thing, and I haven't hit the point where fatigue really starts to fuck with you. The 135 I did wasn't that bad, which sucks because it means I have a lot of room to make it bad. And that's going to be interesting because there is a point where I'm going to be like, okay, I physically can't come up with the next one unless I take a few seconds. Do I rush a couple of breaths? Am I going to stand here for 10 seconds and then try to do a few? I haven't got to that point yet. All of mine have been on a pretty consistent pace, and that's probably because the weight was so light. Basically what I did, I started with a bar. I started with a 20-pound dumbbell. And then I put the bar on my back, and then I did 65, 85, 105, and I did it daily for a week or so. I did 135 probably 3-4 days ago. Next one's going to be a bigger jump. I think I'm probably going to do a YOLO attempt at like 225. I'm not going to get anywhere near it, but I want to see how far I can go. But I'm really going to try to keep that pacing. You start to feel, though, as that fatigue sets in, that, it's starting to burn, things are shutting off a little bit on the way up. I know if I take 2 breaths, I'll be fine. If I go off 1, I'm not going to get it. And it's like, okay, how long can you sustain that? And then with squatting, it gets fucking weird because you can hang out with a bar on your back as long as you're willing to suffer and get another rep. Do I want to turn this into, well, it was basically 5 different sets. You just didn't rack the bar. And then with benching, it's weird. It's a different thing because you don't rest at the top of a bench, right? You just fatigue more. The triceps get blown out longer. You hold it at lockout. So like you said, cycling through quicker is huge. Same thing in strongman. If I'm on most comparable thing is probably a Viking press where it's a fixed implement. And it's easier to rebound because you don't have to worry about balance. You can kind of lean into the machine. But with those, I'm absolutely trying to cycle through reps as fast as I can because once 45 seconds hits, I'm tired no matter what my strategy was. So if I'm taking too many breaks in between, if I'm trying to pace myself, the level of fatigue sets in and I'm going to get fewer reps. So I'll go boom, 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 boom. About 3 reps of failure, I stop, catch my breath, boom, 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 boom. And that tends to be the best way to cycle in reps. So there's a lot of strategy to it, a lot of trial and error. Yeah,
what I'm wondering with the 225 is because we've all done high rep squats, right? But not that light, right? So it's usually the breathing is what kicks you in the dick, is that you're racking it not because it burns too bad. While it burns, you're racking it because you just can't fucking breathe anymore.
Yeah, so I mean, one is a belt. That's one of the things I learned from Strongman, like things like medleys, tire flips. You'll see newbies make these mistakes. They'll put on all the gear under the sun, not keeping track of how much blood can get cut off in a minute 15 or whatever you have for the medley. So you'll see somebody latch up a belt for like a tire flip or something god awful like that. And it's like, I either go beltless, I wear a soft belt, or I have a lever belt. And if my weight's down a little bit, it's kind of loose, and I'll just leave it on. So it's a little bit of grip, but it doesn't grab a lot, and I can breathe through that. I actually threw a belt on for my last one, unlatched, and even that was weird to breathe into. I think it was a little restricting, so I probably won't use it in the future. You don't really need it for those weights.
Yeah.
So yeah, that definitely goes into it. But yeah, it's a hell of a thing to put on your super tight Cerberus knee sleeves because you want to get that pop, and then figure out that your feet have gone numb, you know, and you can't. You can't perform because you can't breathe. Now that's the other thing too. You're not going to get somebody who's strength trained for a long time, especially in a powerlifting specific capacity. Maybe there's some monsters out there that love their GPP work, but the longer you spend in one specific avenue, probably the harder it's going to be to transfer over. But with Strongman, that's, if you're doing it right, that's such a feature of your weekly, even in your off season, you're not staying that far away from endurance work. So it was pretty easy to transfer in that. High rep squats are something I've done for as long as I can remember.
Well, shit like this here it's like the world I live in. Not doing that, but just coming up with, here's a movement that I want to max out with, which is usually fuckery beyond belief, right? But it's all has a reason, right? Of why it is as stupid as what it is. But then how the strategy, like you have to think, like you got to figure out how to do this. Not you just don't do it.
Yeah.
You got to sit there and think. I geek out on shit like that because it's like how you can do this, but now there's a time. The cool thing about it is when you're not, and when it's not a competition or you're just a washed up meathead like me, it doesn't have to happen on a set date. Absolutely. So I can push it back. Like, okay, fuck, that didn't work. I can push this back another couple weeks. As long as it happens this year, I'm cool. Where washed up meatheads that kind of do the same shit that I'm doing run into problems is they try to live it like it is a meat or a strongman show. On this date, I'm going to do X. That creates the problem because the last 5 weeks always are accumulated something.
Yeah.
I can kick that can down the road. Like this here, I don't know if you have a set day. I
didn't. I was supposed to I hit my last couple of videos, that format change I talked about. I ended up hitting that mark way before I thought I would because my squat's kind of in the shitter. I'd taken time off. I let a bunch of inflammation clear out. I don't want to talk about where my top squat is right now, but I'm like, okay, well, there's something I can do. And hey, I love doing hard things and prescribing hard things. Again, going back to character and showing that you can learn how to suffer and overcome and solve problems. So I laid it out for about around this time. That was the attempt I posted. I was like, I can't submit anything less than a plate. So that was the one I submitted, but I have some room to grow into that. So I'm going to keep it going. But that's exactly what I did. I started out thinking, okay, the first thing I have to get used to is lasting for 100 reps. That's the first thing. Even with your body weight, it works out to about 5 minutes straight of squatting. So, okay, I got to get comfortable with the time frames. Psychology was a big thing there. It's not even that it hurts that much. You're just kind of uncomfortable for 5 minutes.
In the same spot.
Oh, yeah. It's like being on a stair climber at kind of a fast pace. That's kind of what it feels like. So different threshold, different approach. You're not going into that, aggression? No. You try smelling salts with that?
No.
I go in there, and instead of the aggression where I'm trying to overcome, exact opposite. I'm meditating. I'm submitting. Kind of giving myself up to the suck and just staring at the floor and counting off reps and going. So that was actually kind of therapeutic almost. But I'm like, okay, I can do a 20-pound dumbbell. Kind of sucked. Wasn't easy, but I can add a little bit of weight to go again. Again, it's this different thing I'm not used to. It's newbie gains. Same rules apply.
Yeah.
So let me go again tomorrow because I'm not sore. I didn't go hard enough into the paint to really get sore. Let me go tomorrow. Let me try an empty bar. And I think I did 5 or 6 days in a row of that daily, just adding a little bit of weight. And then you get to the point, okay, now it's hard. I'm not going to be able to do that every day, so let me space it out a couple. I think I took like 3 or 4 days in between like 105 and 135. I could probably go a week in between and still maintain that endurance and recover because once I get into the closer to 200 pounds, I anticipate some DOMs setting. You know what I mean? And that's when it's going to be a different game. And it's like my game plan with the set is going to have to change a little bit. My game plan with recovery is going to change a little bit. The fact that I'm not squatting heavy, I'm not trying to do that and handle my heavy work, big plus. One thing I learned early on is if you go in with any pump, you're fucked. So I don't even warm up. I might do a couple reps with the bar, but it's like 3 reps, walk around. The first 10 reps of the set is my warm up. But I went in a couple times with just a little bit of a pump, and that almost ruined me. But it's stimulating. It's fun. It's a different puzzle to solve. It's a different threshold and movement pattern and pacing. And again, it branches out from all of these diverse things I've kind of had to wrap my head around over the years.
Well, the interesting part is you just summarized what you're doing for that over this X number of weeks. It's exactly what we've been talking about for the full training process. Frequency starts a little bit higher. As it gets harder, you open the frequency up, and it's
not different.
No, it's not.
Not.
That's the whole point I've been trying to tell people for 20 fucking years, is a lot of the principles, they're just all the same.
And I didn't go in like an idiot and say, okay, I'm going to try and hit 100 rep max right now. Let's see what happens. Because I would have burned out.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have hit the reps. It would have been, I would have filmed it and had to delete it. I'm like, I stopped at 37 or whatever. But I gave myself a runway. I allowed myself to accommodate this new ask I had of my body. And the body adapts. It adapts to so much shit. It's crazy. You just have to give it some room and just make sure your pacing's appropriate. And as long as you're paying attention and taking notes, you figure it out.
Yeah, that's what you just said. It just brought something up in my head too, with the body adapting. When you're talking about increasing work capacity, like if you don't have periods to where that's actually down, right? And then I begin to wonder, at what point is the work capacity higher than what it's needed for the actual task that you need to do? Where, could somebody actually build their work capacity up to be able to train hard, however you want to define that, for 4 hours, 7 days a week? Probably, most definitely, over a long enough period of time, given the right structure. Is it necessary? Becomes the other big equation here, where when you just with basic program design, is it necessary, is it specific, can you adapt, all these different things that follow through there. Because that was one thing Louis used to get on us about, is increased work capacity, and we did. But I would ask, like, at what point does this stop? Because if we keep increasing this work capacity, and I'm dragging the sled from here to downtown Columbus and back, at what point does that have to digress to be able to become something that could be a progressive effort again? You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. And it's funny because, some of the progressions that I've written out, and I'm sure that the term has been used before, and I probably repurposed it incorrectly, but I call it volumizing because it makes sense. Starting with a standard amount of volume that's easily able to be handled, and increasing it. So instead of focusing on weight, you're adding sets, you're acclimating more weight. Any linear periodization thing you've seen probably starts with the most volume on day one, which I thought had never made any sense, because a couple weeks of volume and suddenly you can hit that same workout with 15% more weight, and so it seems like it's more productive to use that volume when you've adapted to volume. And then I'll wait, because you can't keep increasing volume forever. What's that look like? It gets out of control real fast. So I wave it, 3, 4, 5 sets, 3, 4, 5 sets, and I'm sure there's some other elaborate ways you can wave it. But that's funny you mentioned that, because that's something I haven't heard talked about in very many avenues. Is the role of work capacity, how to increase it, how to it's not just doing high volume. You have to accommodate high volume. It's like the discussion of junk volume, and I always scratch my head because it seems so poorly defined. It seems based off the idea that everything you do in the gym gives you X amount of gains, and that's not quite true. You look at these systems, again, going back to these sub-maximal, high volume type of very specific powerlifting programs, most of the work looks like junk volume. Most of it looks like something that's not going to move you forward. But out of the context of that entire week, that's a stress. It's a small piece of a bigger puzzle. Now, if you're trying to do something like that involves all this work, and you look back at, my God, going down the Bulgarian rabbit hole, hearing what those guys used to go through. It's not just maxing daily, maxing 3 times a day across multiple lifts. And oh, by the way, you didn't PR? Well, you're going to do it 15 times until you do PR. And you'd hear guys talk about missing a weight like 70 times inside of a week. And when you're doing that it's just insane. But think about that amount of work. That's more than just, they were on drugs, bro. It's like, well, of course. And they were also on the genetically elite, and they were pre-selected for that. But you don't just walk into that.
Yeah.
And a lot of people miss that style of programming wasn't just held to a disposable group of athletes where you could chuck half of them away because we only need 10 of you at the Olympics or whatever. That's not what they gave their intermediate lifters. They didn't have their young guys do that, their new guys. You had to earn your way into that by going through the developmental stuff and in the process developing capacity that allowed you to handle the volume. And that's reason number 37. You don't just follow what your favorite lifters do.
Yes. Because
whatever you see them do, I promise you they didn't do that in the first 5 years of their training. It was something else that led to that realization of being able to handle that. The thing that stuck out in my head, I'll mention Jesse Morende again, because I was like 17 and I heard him talk at a seminar at the LA Fit Expo, and I remember him listing off what he did. And he, again, guy known for his capacity, crazy ass medleys that they would do, just ball busting stuff, 20 rep stone loads and so on. Every year, actually, in memoriam, they do, because he passed away, I think 2007. They still do 20 rep squats because he was known for that as like a kind of a feat or whatever. That's a cool thing they do. But I remember sitting in that seminar and hearing him talk about everything he did, and it's like, fuck, that's a lot of work. It's the first thing you think about, like, I'm not doing shit in the gym. And then he's like, but I didn't jump into that. It took me a long time to build up to that volume. And that was a sentiment that I don't think I've really heard repeated since when people talk about different training methods. It's not just you start day one and you're going to do all the work. There's these bucket list programs, I call them, that I contend with that are very popular. I'm trying hard to make them unpopular, but it's that. It's, hey, I came up with a high volume, high frequency, high intensity program that progresses linearly, and by the way, there's no deloads or something like that. Or it's people trying something like Smolov, 4 days, high volume, making big jumps every week across all the rep ranges. And there's always one guy that's like, hey, I put 300 pounds on my squat in like 2 days or whatever. It's like there's always somebody that responded really well because they didn't fall apart. And then there's always 25 people to that one. It's like, well, now my knees hurt, or I burned out in week 2 and I didn't get any stronger, or most people like that. And it's like, no matter what this crazy ass routine is, there's a path to have that even remotely apply to you as some sustainable, useful method of training.
100%. And that applies over a period of time, where the part that I don't see is if you keep progressing in that work capacity, I believe it can still go as high as it, but that becomes like a time constraint now. Like, to what demand? At what point do you have to decondition the work capacity?
Yeah.
Right? And that's where phasic parts of training come in. But when you're talking about overall work capacity gets fucked up for me too, right? Because how you define that, like, 'cause now we're talking about, are you taking the total workload of all your accessories and adding it with the main lifts, and then what is this? Like, is sled work added in there? Like, what? I don't even know what that even means. Where with Mel, it was kind of more a matter of how much work is done in the 90% range, how much is in 80%, 70%.
I'm sure you could divide it general and specific work capacity,
yes,
right? It's
yes.
like, yeah.
But at what point is there a deconditioning component to be able to bring that back in again?
And I guess that all depends on whatever your program, your method of training pins to the wall. Because, I mean, with your conjugate concurrent style of training, there's kind of like a hard cap on the amount of work that you do, right? I mean, there's like pretty consistent recommendations on how much benching you're going to do throughout the week, how much squatting, how much like movements you're going to do, how much accessory. But if you're in if you follow an ideology that tries to get you to continuously do more work over time, it's like, is your goal to have your athletes in the gym, like you said, 4 hours a day, 5-6 days a week? There are systems that have done that. If you're in an Eastern Bloc country, or if you're in one of these small nations, especially decades past, and they were recruiting people, and they're trying to hang their hat. It's a matter of national pride to get these people to perform. John Bros has a really good analogy. I don't know how apt it is for the average person, but for the competitor, it makes complete sense. Where he basically frames it like, this is why I advocate squatting every day. I mean, he got Pat Mendes to these like ridiculous numbers out of nowhere from following the teachings of Antonio Krastev, who came out of the Bulgarian system. John Bros says specifically, imagine you're in jail, your family is in jail, and they say, look, either you're going to hit this weight on this date or we're going to execute your family. Something to that effect. Like now there's skin in the game. Now there's a consequence to you not performing. You don't have a choice. You have to. Are you going to squat once a week? In his mind, it's like, no, you're going to squat as often as you can fucking squat and not have your legs snap off of your body, because that's your best bet at getting the best weight. Now, in real terms, if you apply that to 100% of people, maybe legs won't snap off the body, but you might get close with some people. But the durable ones, those are your world champs. So it's all about I think the training model, what they believe, what they're using. I mean, volume is a motherfucker. Volume is a very, very powerful and underrated driver of even strength, depending on how it's applied. So if you just want your guys doing all the volume and that's how we're going to get you on that podium, it seems like there really wouldn't be a cap on work capacity. Now, I don't know how much things like GPP stuff, sled pushing, or plyometrics or whatever else would contribute to that. But it's like it's been stated, there's a path there that doesn't involve jumping into the fucking deep end, or else your ass is just going to get chewed up in the meat grinder.
No, but it's interesting to think through.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
It's very interesting to think through. Were there any topics that you want to talk about that I didn't bring up?
Oh, man. I have to go back and see what we talked about. I blacked out for the last few hours. I'm sure that I'm going to have questions after this, after we go off air, but I can't think of any right now, man. We talked about gear, we talked about progressions, we talked about technique. It's like, next week I'm going to DM you with like 50 more, and I'm going to be like, Dave, I forgot to ask you about this. Yeah. But no, I mean, if you don't have anything for me, I can't think of anything.
No, man, it's been good. So, how can people reach you? YouTube, obviously, would be, or Instagram. Which one? Where do you want people to go?
So, I mean, you can engage with my content most easily on YouTube. It's my name, Alexander Bromley. Reaching me is most easily either. It's hard to reach me nowadays. I know that. I've disconnected a bit. So my cell phone number is
no shit. I was going to stop that real quick.
Instagram DMs are probably the easiest, but I get bombarded with questions, and I wish I could answer all of them, and it's hard. But Brahmarama is my Instagram name. Bromley at empire-barbell.com is my email. You can email me to try to get a hold of me. I also have a Patreon. Actually, is probably the easiest way. It's $5 a month, but I go out of my way to answer as many questions as I can from my patrons. People direct message me there all the time. That is a weekly chore list, is to check the messages, answer the questions. So if you really do have a question that you want answered, that's probably the easiest way.
All right, cool. All the links will be in the bio. Guys, subscribe to his channel. I'm not lying when I sit here and tell you that I've watched his stuff. I follow his stuff. Not as much as I should. I don't watch all of them, but some of that earlier stuff, watch that. Any of the programming stuff, watch that. Actually, some of the most recent stuff's been really good.
Appreciate that.
Right. I mean, actually really good, which probably sucks because it took you a lot of time to do it, but it was fucking good.
Well, now really I have to do that with the older stuff. I think I'm due to revisit all that stuff. So that's probably going to be coming down the pipeline.
But I definitely appreciate you coming out. This has been a great time, man.
Yeah, this is bucket list stuff. I really appreciate it.
All right, guys, we're done.
Anything between 4-week-long mesocycle and an 8-week-long mesocycle, and that includes 1 week baked into each at the end for deloading, seems to be generally a good idea for muscle growth.
Nutrition is probably more important for the hypertrophy if I'm looking at the strength athlete, because if they go through that phase that they're supposed to go through that they don't go through, but then when they do go through, they don't go through it effectively,